of mixed martial arts, in particular, Islam Makhachev, claiming that he has only 3 fights left. We're going to talk about the reality and the falsehoods behind that, because it's important to understand what he means, what he is trying to convey, and what are his long-term plans as he goes on. So let me put on my 3D sunglasses here. All right. So, nah, this is not really my style. This is obviously just 3D sunglasses that you would usually find at movies such as Minecraft. So just a little bit with the small talking right now, because obviously we're going to wait for the crowd to pile right in here. And once the crowd piles right in, we're going to get right into it and talk about why Islam Makhachev only has 3 fights left, and if there's any truth to that. The other story behind this is Buckley disses Israel Adesanya, fires back with absolute social media trash. We're going to find out exactly what they are talking about, what they are arguing about, and where it started. Well, I can tell you just from the very beginning, it all started when Israel Adesanya was sitting at his house reacting to the fights. He sees Joaquin Buckley. What is the first thing he say? Oh, you know what? I don't like this N-word, this and that, right? I don't like him. And look, here's something you got to understand about that I think is really important. There's going to be an inherent bias based on the fact that you are in cahoots with Kamaru Usman. And there's no 2 ways about that. That's just the reality of what we are looking at. Tribalism, being in favor of your friend, being a good friend, cheering your friend on, encouraging your friend, fighting another human being is very normal. And I hope people understand that. Okay, it's very normal. So Israel Adesanya is going to feel a certain way that he feels when he says, you know what? I don't like this N-word. I don't like this guy, right? Basically, when people use the N-word, it's a noun that they are describing as a person, usually of a male subject. But that's neither here or there, but just a little education for those of you that may be triggered or offended by the language. Now, obviously, it's not something that I would say or this and that, but it is something that I'm going to verify as a matter of fact when it comes to the language that, let's say, Izzy is using. Now, look, in the past, Israel Adesanya has gotten in trouble for using the N-word. And you know what? I tell you what, man, it's the reason why we're back at it again with this one, because the N-word was once again used towards Buckley. And Buckley, well, I don't know how he took it, but I mean, it's another black man saying it. So that's, I guess, not a problem. But we're going to see and analyze what Buckley had to say about that, because that is the other component of this live stream and what we're going to talk about. But let's read the comments. First, Toxic Gameplays, my man. Shout out to you, everybody around the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and shout out to my man, Toxic Gameplays. We're going to get right into it, my man. He says, Indiana is cooking us right now, man. Damn. Oh, okay. Are you talking about Indiana? Are you talking about NBA? Perhaps Indiana Pacers. Let's see what my man here is talking about. So you see, guys, not only do I take personal interest of my own certain situations or my own certain biasness of news cycles, I'm also curious about what my listeners are into. So if you're talking about the Pacers, okay, Oklahoma City Thunder. So you are an Oklahoma City Thunder fan, I'm assuming. Okay, so Indiana Pacers are cooking us, man. Yeah. Okay, so it's if you're watching this right now, obviously this is taking place in June 19th. Obviously that's June 19, 2025. It is the Pacers taking on Oklahoma City Thunder, and it's on the same day as we're talking about Islam Makhachev wanting only 3 fights left. Now let's find out in exactly what he means by that. So the next fight that we know Islam Makhachev has going on is against JDM. That's not a question, right? Obviously, JDM had an upset against Belal Muhammad. After that upset, what happens? Now JDM goes in there and takes on Islam Makhachev. And whether Islam Makhachev was going to move up or down was predicated on whether Belal Muhammad was going to lose, and so he did. As a result of that, well, Belal Muhammad is now entangled in his own beef with Kamaru Usman, but that's neither here or there whether they're actually going to fight or if Kamaru Usman even acknowledges him. You've seen what he did during the press conference. He says, who? Huh? Who? What? Toxic Gameplay says, a year ago, Belal Muhammad was doing cameos on the Cameo app for $20. Oh, is that right? Yeah, man. Here's the thing, right? The reason why Belal Muhammad is not as marketable as you think that he is because understand this, right? He needs to be an Arab bad guy. And as a result of not being an Arab bad guy, being that he's a normal guy, he's a Midwest Chicago guy, I'm talking about Belal Muhammad, to many of you, you may find him very boring. And unfortunately, that's just how you guys view the world. You want to see James Bond villains out of guys like this. So that's really just what it comes down to. And if you want that, that is not a problem. It is not a problem that I'm willing to play in terms of roles or anything like that. I mean, listen, with everything in the world of MMA being influenced by professional wrestling, there's always the element of being a heel and being a babyface. And sometimes you have to have true self-reflection and understanding who you are in order to market yourself. Now, Belal Muhammad, he just wants to be normal, which is not a problem. He's a wrestler from the Midwest. When has that ever been an interesting entity in the world of, promoting a mixed martial arts fighter, right? No, they want somebody that's exciting, that's like Conor McGregor or Lee Abraham Murray, people like this, right? This is what most people yearn for when they get excited of seeing somebody fight. So Belal Muhammad was not able to fulfill that as a result, being too normal, being too plain Jane. It didn't catch on with the crowd, and also not having self-realization. I'm going to tell you something. You know who has true self-realization above anybody else, right? Well, for one, I'm going to throw myself in there, but the other side of it is also MMA Guru. He has a strong understanding of self-reflection. And the reason why he has a strong understanding of self-reflection, he self-deprecates himself, by the way, in a way that I never would. He understands that he's also a good speaker, just like myself. He also understands that he can convey a certain sentiment that is going on in the world of MMA, in particular, the online fan base. So he has a great self-realization of that. Belal Muhammad did not have the self-realization of understanding that, hey, you know what, maybe some of these people are, maybe some of these people are not going to resonate with this, or rather, they're not hyper compelled or feel a certain emotion in order to move them into, a certain, space. Oh, shout outs to Zane Musa Boxing Dosage. Yes, fam. You good? Very good, brother. Doing a live stream right now, just getting it in there. Shout outs to Zane Musa Boxing Dosage, one of the best boxing channels in the UK. But not only that, one of the best channels around the world. But of course, my man straight out of the UK, you representing that London, just like we represent California. Marty Miller, shout out to Marty Miller, says Craig Jones called him a Palestinian Forrest Whitaker. Is that right? He called him a Palestinian Forrest Whitaker. Forrest Whitaker. Do you mean Robert Whitaker? Or you mean Forrest Whitaker as in, the actual actor? Because sometimes I confuse writing Robert to Forrest sometimes as well. Zane Musa Boxing says, Yeah, my guy, appreciate. You're the best MMA channel. Shout outs to Zane Musa Boxing Dosage, man. Me and this guy have had some epic streams together doing UFC coverage. Did some boxing coverages as well. We did a few boxing fights. You know what, man? We did so many boxing fights, so many MMA fights now that I can't even just remember off top. Like, I'll tell you what, listen, if you go to Disney World or okay, in Zane's case, right? He goes to Amsterdam a lot, right? He goes and chills there, right? You remember it, right? Because it's not the frequency of doing that is not as high as the level of streams that we do. Every week there's a major fighting event, right? So there's 52 weeks in a calendar. Guess what? 40 of those weeks we're gonna get it in. So there's a frequency. So I don't. Yeah, man. It's very difficult to have that kind of frequency in other places, but when it comes to streaming and keeping up with the fights, yeah, we're definitely on it. Facts, bro. Yeah, shout outs to Zane for that one. Marty Miller. Oh, okay. So Marty Miller, you mean the actual actor? Okay. Forrest Whitaker. So he compares him to Forrest Whitaker. I wonder why did he make that comparison to Bilal? A very strange comparison. When I thought you meant that he said Robert Whitaker, I thought maybe because they have a wrestling base or this and that. But let me know and elaborate what he meant by Forrest Whitaker. And then Zane says, gotta speak to you privately, fam. Been off social media. Okay, yeah, say less. I got you, fam. For real, man. Shout outs to my man Zane Musa, Boxing Dosage. One of my favorite co-streamers to do UFC coverage and boxing coverage as well. So, okay, so Islam Makhachev, right? Is it true that he is only going to have 3 fights left? Well, the question is, can he have more? And the reality is no. So we're going to take a look at what Javier Mendez had to say about this particular matter. Now, this article right now came out today by Jordan Ellis of Bloody Elbows, the trusted Bloody Elbows website, okay? Now, Javier Mendez has backtracked after suggesting Islam Makhachev is going to retire soon. Okay, now earlier this week, the AKA founder shocked everyone by claiming his star pupil will retire after 3 more fights. Okay, now Islam Makhachev insisted that he's just beginning to shut down all the talk of quitting MMA. Now, Javier Mendez has clarified his earlier comments after a massive stir among UFC fans online. Okay, and what is it exactly that he said? Islam Makhachev's coach clarifies retirement comments. Mendez claims that his 3-fight retirement suggestions was simply a guess. Now, after working with Khabib, who retired at 32 years old, and his late father, Abdul Manap, the renowned MMA coach, assumed Makhachev would stop fighting at 35. Now, however, Mendez has now admitted he had no inside knowledge of the 33-year-old's retirement plan. None whatsoever, right? People are taking it out of context. He insisted, said maybe he has 3 more fights. Not in those exact words I said that, but I didn't say Islam said that. I'm thinking because being involved with Khabib's father, talking about how fighters should quit at 35. So basically, I'm just assuming would be thinking about retirement at a particular age. Now, realistically, he can only have 7, 8 fights, and it depends on what Islam wants. It's not what the coach wants. He's the driver, not me, according to Javier Mendez. Okay, so Zain Musa says, I'll chill on the live, fam. Good to always hear your opinion. What do you think of Khamzat versus Duplessis? So, okay, that's a very good question, Zain. I'm going to tell you what I think about that, right? That fight has 2 extremes. It's either going to go very early with Khamzat, taking him down, taking mount position, taking back position, getting the choke in the first round, or Dricus shows a little bit more jiu-jitsu prowess, being able to defend on his back when Khamzat puts him there and then puts up a good fight all the way to the 5th round. Okay, those are the two scenarios how that fight goes. So if it goes like that, what's going to happen is, will Dricus du Plessis' cardio hold up? The answer is yes, and I'm going to explain why. Zane says, I'm chilling, but between you, I think I've fallen for, okay. But I also, okay. I'm in, okay. I got you, man. Okay. Well, you know what? We all have different challenges in life, and that is yeah. But on any regard, going back to Islam Makhachev, he says realistically he only has 7 to 8 fights left. Okay, it depends on what Islam wants. It's not realistically what the coach wants. He wants he's the driver and not me, according to Javier Mendez. Now he's saying, I'm not retiring. Just assume that there would be 3 fights, but I think there could be 6, 7, or 4, and it could be at any amount. He says that, I don't know. Oh, Big Ank MMA, shout out to you. By the way, shout outs to Big Ank MMA, because this guy's specialty is, guess what? Dagestani fighters, brother. Brothers that look like this with beard. If you know brother with beard like this and he fight, Big Ank MMA is expert for people like this. But you know what? Me, I am also expert for people like this, because look at me. I look like these people. I look like Dagestani brother. You know what I mean? Okay. Okay, so let's hear what Javier Mendez had to say about this particular matter.
But John Jones is not really a superstar. He's, what do you mean he's not really a superstar? Outside,
oh, wait.
Are you crazy? Outside. He is a superstar.
No, that's not it. Hold on. Outside. Okay.
A tough customer, he's tough to take down. He's got really good striking, and he's very dangerous everywhere. So he's not exactly someone that we can take down at will. And it's not exactly someone that we can stand very comfortable with. He's very dangerous. So we have to be careful with everything with this guy. So we can't assume that we're going to get by him. We have to work towards that. So we will work towards that. And my heart says that we will get by him, but it's not going to be easy. If we don't respect him, we can run into problems.
Okay, so there you go, right? Javier Mendez is saying that JDM is not going to be very easy. I agree with him. It's not going to be an easy matchup. Just like the Dricus du Plessis and the Khamzat fight is not going to be an easy matchup if it goes to the later rounds, in the championship rounds, because I got to tell you, the way that Dricus trains, he is made for 5 rounds. You've seen it in the Izzy fight for as long as that went. It went pretty long. Obviously, it didn't go the distance. It went long enough. The Sean Strickland fight, they went the distance. You've seen the kind of cardio that he has, and you've seen the kind of cardio that Sean Strickland has. Now, what makes the cardio of Dricus du Plessis very unique? Well, I can confidently say that he trains in high elevation, and as a result, not only does he train in high elevation, he also uses heat shock therapy training, meaning that he also trains in heat in order to increase his VO2 max levels. Okay, now you guys understood what I just said? He trains in high elevation, and not only that, also trains in hot heat, shock therapy sessions in terms of, increasing his VO2 max levels, right? So in that regard, he's a very unique fighter. I'm talking about Dricus du Plessis. This is a very unique fighter. You guys have to understand this. This is very unique fighter, brother. This guy, very unique, Dricus du Plessis. He's very unique. He good cardio, brother. So we good cardio. When he got good cardio, then he gonna go 5 rounds with Khamzat. But I'm sorry, if Khamzat take him down, he gonna smash, brother. He gonna smash. And then after he smash, then he choke, get rear naked, and then finish. Bye-bye, Dricus. Go back to Africa. I take your farm. Okay, anyways. All right, so A little awkward there after that, but yeah. Zane Musa Boxing says, hope comes wins, bro. Well, hey man, you know what? August is going to be a very fun month. How about this? You want to do that with me? You know you're welcome. Well, I mean you're always welcome on the stream. So you know, speaking of also welcomed on the stream, we also had uh BKFC boxer uh, Idris, brother of mine. You know, obviously he's out here in SAC. You know, I see him every day for training. So, you know, he came on the stream after his teammate Philip Rowe won his UFC fight. This dude Zane was losing a fight in the UFC, and then out of nowhere he goes and finishes the guy after he was losing on points. You know what I mean? For sure, bro. We'll cover that live for sure. All right, awesome. So you know, we'll have that scheduled then for UFC 219. It is August 19th. Wait, well, hold on. Let's confirm the date on that one. UFC 319. Dricus Duplessis 16, August 16, Chicago, Illinois. And look, madness, bro. I'll tell you what I like about the Chicago card. Listen, none of them are American, right? It's an American city, South African, Chechnyan, Swedish, in Chicago. But Chimaev is Muslim. So therefore, he's in a home crowd because guess what Chicago is? It is a Muslim town. Just like London, where Zayn is from, bro, they are a Muslim town. You better believe it. Listen, who is their mayor in London? This is madness. You know, I wish we had this going on in LA, in Sacramento. In Sacramento, a little bit. More in the Bay Area, not so much in LA, definitely not so much in Stockton. But man, London, they got you know, a strong Muslim lobby. Their mayor is Mayor Khan, right? You know, he's a Muslim. Who else? Well, I mean, they have a lot of people in power in the parliaments and whatnot. But man, yeah, London is a Muslim town. Chicago is a Muslim town. Like Philadelphia is a Muslim town in a Western state. Paris is as well. There's a lot of Arabs, Moroccans, North Africans, all of that, right? In Ireland, you got Libyans, you know, all types of Africans, and, you know, so on and so forth. Yeah, Sadiq Khan, correct, yes. So, like Chicago, I don't know if they ever had a Muslim mayor. Probably not, or maybe they can. I mean, you know, they're a strong enough lobby. If you remember, Barack Obama started his political career out of Chicago, right? And as such, a lot of his political career was predicated on Muslim support of that local community. So definitely the Muslims have something. I mean, in Minnesota, right up north of Chicago, you got Ilhan Omar, you know, that controversial Somalian, you know, senator or Congress lady. But yeah. So Shiraz versus Berlanga, who you got? LOL. Come on, man. You know, are you really asking me who I got? Listen, Zane, you know, I don't mind you asking me who I have on certain UFC fights. That's natural, but come on, are you really going to ask me between Shiraz and Berlanga? You know what I mean? Like, we know the answer to that. And the answer is Hamza Shiraz is a once-in-a-lifetime talent, and he's going to knock the living heck out of Berlanga. That's what I think. You know, I think that, yeah, man, he's going to knock out Berlanga. He's going to knock the Puerto Rican eyebrows out of, you know, Berlanga. You know, and you know them dudes, man, you know, shout outs to the Ricans, but y'all are, you know, really good with, what do you call it? Shaping the eyebrows and all of that. You know what I mean? That's sort of like, you know, when there's specialties and all of that. So, you know, I think that, you know, a little uppercut here and there, a little uppercut, bomb, and, you know, that thing comes off like, yeah, man, Shiraz is going to knock him out, bro. You know what I mean? Man, look, and look, guys, I'm going to be honest with you. Okay. Zayn is very much tied to Hamza Shiraz. And, Hamza Shiraz is, one of my favorite fighters. I think he reminds me of like a Pakistani British Tommy Hearn, right? So he's very interesting in that regard, right? Very interesting character, very well-mannered, young kid, and, very skilled. But you know what? There's a lot of things that I'd like to see improve out of him as well, right? Some of the things that I would like to see improved out of Hamza Shiraz, I'd love to see more of a Prince Nassim, Tyson Fury versus Klitschko style. In other words, a lot of movement, a lot of head movement, a lot of jazz and pizzazz. I know that Ben Whitaker is very good at that. Michael Venom Page in MMA is very good at doing that. Dominic Cruz was very good at doing that. My boy Cody Garbrandt, okay, former world champion who beat Dominic Cruz, is very good at that. Uriah Faber was also very good at that, right? So all the greats were very good at being able to move, stick and move, stick and move. So I would love to see a little bit more of that with Hamza Shiraz on the boxing side. Zain Musa Boxing Dosage says, facts, fam. Same, bro. Man, I tell you what, I'm going to have to add a boxing detail on this timeline. No, not timeline, but on the description. So we're going to dedicate a section on the description, Shiraz versus Berlanga. And then we're going to add the boxing emote, not the boxing emoji, the boxing hashtag. Boom, there we go. So Shiraz and Berlanga, for those that are going to search for it now on the description, people can look for it. So do I have enough? Okay, right here. So I'm going to add that onto the title as well. Shiraz versus Berlanga, because that is on July 12th, I believe. So that is going to be 1 week before Manny Pacquiao versus Barrios taking place in Vegas, and then Usyk versus Daniel Dubois. This one is going to be my favorite fight of the day, right? And you know what's on that day is Dustin Poirier's retirement fight with Lil Wayne walking him out. You know what I mean? And yet, even if it's Dustin Poirier's retirement fight, but you know what? I can watch both because obviously it's an English card. And then Dustin Poirier and Max Holloway is an American primetime card. So it really is the best of both worlds. But nonetheless, 1 week before that, it's going to be Shiraz versus Berlanga. Now, the problem with Hamza Shiraz, okay, you guys are going to love this because it's going to get really, cooking in here on the boxing side. Okay, and I'm glad Zain is in here because, I dedicated this whole entire time to put boxing into this conversation because I thought that, okay, the only thing that was hot right now would be what is the subject that we had originally talked about, Islam Makhachev, and then Buckley. We're going to get to Buckley going at Izzy, dropping N-bombs and all of that. Oh, we're going to get to that. But we're going to get to the boxing side of things because Hamza Shiraz, okay, a very interesting person, okay, because there's a lot of challenges that he has going into this fight. That's what makes this very interesting and very compelling. Now, look, as much as Zain and I are biased towards Hamza Shiraz, we're also very fair and objective in what we're worried about. And to be honest with you, we're very much worried because Berlanga is a hard hitter, but we also know Berlanga has his vulnerabilities, and we've seen that in the Canelo fight. So when you add those two elements together, what you get is a 50-50 fight where if Shiraz puts his best foot forward, he can not only make this fight into his favor, but potentially even make it easier. And then Zain Musa Boxing says, facts, hit the nail on the head on that one. Yeah, my man, because you know what? His last fight, we were very concerned, okay? Let's take a look at, hopefully, well, you know what? I'm not going to risk anything. I was going to say, let's take a look at the highlights of this fight, but that would be a little bit risky on the on those side of things. Okay, so Shiraz, let's take a look at his last fight that we were very much concerned with. So Edgar Berlanga, Carlos Adames was his last fight, and Carlos Adames and him went to a draw. Okay? It went to a draw. And it was very controversial. Oh, the life of fighting. If Islam Makhachev gets a 30-1 record, I think he is the GOAT. For sure. And if he beats JDM, it's going to be hard to deny him of that because, well, JDM, in my opinion, is like the Eddie Alvarez of 2016 during the Conor McGregor reign. You understand my comparison? Where Eddie Alvarez, though he was a champion, though he had a following from his Bellator days, JDM, I don't know, man. There's not really a lot that that JDM can offer in terms of superstardom. And quite frankly, Eddie Alvarez was outshadowed in that UFC 205 card, right? But yeah, if Makhachev gets through that, and then he gets through JDM, maybe he comes down at 155. That's the other thing that I wanted to talk about. Islam Makhachev also wants to go down to 155 after he beats JDM. I'm going to talk about that after the Hamza Shiraz and the Berlanga fight that I'm going to talk about right now. So the last time that Carlos Adames fought Shiraz, it was very close. It was too close for my liking, right? And the controversy behind that also was solidified with Turki Al-Sheikh looking like he wanted to interfere with the situation. I think that part I can show you, right? So let's take a look at that footage. Turki Shiraz. Okay, this is very controversial. Okay, right here.
Fight fans, this should be a universal international story. Halfway through the fight, Turki Al-Sheikh goes to Hamza Shiraz's corner and tells him that he's losing on the scorecards by 2 points. Given the position of power Turki has, this is totally unacceptable. What's your thoughts? Fight fans, this should be a universal international story.
Okay, so all right, got a little scared there with the I never scared thing, but okay. Yeah, Turki kept it real 100. Yeah, so that's what it was, right? Now, let's talk about that controversy, okay? Because this is very important to tie this into the next fight that Hamza Shiraz has going on with Berlanga. This is very important. Many people thought that Turki Al-Sheikh was trying to rig the whole entire thing. Yes and no. I'm going to tell you why yes and no. Meaning that he has no influence over the judge, or at least he's not showing that in the exterior side of things, nor do I believe he has any reason to, but he does have access to the points that are in front of him. In other words, he can just get up and look at the judge's notes and say, well, the judge wrote this. So, oh my God, the judge wrote this. So now I got to go tell my favorite fighter. And this is where a lot of people think really wrong about Turki. They look at him as an authority figure, not as a regular fan. Now, is he the financier of all these fights? Yes. But he's not the authority figure in boxing. Do you know what I mean by that? What do I mean by authority figure? Herb Dean, the referee, famous MMA referee, has done dozens and dozens of MMA MMA. I think he's done a few kickboxing, maybe 1 or 2 boxing matches I've seen Herb Dean referee, but overall he's an MMA referee. Okay? Is he a man in position of authority in combat sports? He is. Is Turki Al-Sheikh a man of authority in combat sports? No, he is not. What he is a glorified promoter. So in other words, what I think people get messed up is that Turki is allowed to have favorite fighters. But what he is not allowed to do, and what I don't think he does, is I don't think he interferes with the scoring or even the outcome of the fight. I think he is interested in seeing the best fight the best, but then He also has other people that he wants to be the best to whatever help he can give them. You understand what I mean? Like, that is the complicated matter at hand when it came to that controversy with Turki Al-Sheikh coming in between the ring. All he was doing was warning him. And you know what? There's an argument for open scoring, right? Will it dictate a different pace in a fight if you know that you're down on the scorecards? Maybe or maybe not. But with that in mind, I think both men, Berlanga and Shiraz, what they both lack is a sense of urgency. And I think that lack of urgency is going to make this fight very close all the way down to the wire. And it's going to go to a split decision. I swear to you, this fight is going to be a split decision because it's so close. But for who? And that is a question right here that I got to ask you. Who are the judges? Because if I'm going to give you a proper prediction on that, I got to know who the judges are, because that's literally how close this fight is between Shiraz and Berlanga. All right, so with that in mind, next topic, heading on to Buckley versus Adesanya and their social media rants that they got going on with each other right now. Let's take a look at that particular matter at hand right now. Zane Musa Boxing says, yeah, I don't know yet, fam, but we got to give the fight to Shiraz. That's the thing, right? If the right judges are on there, for sure. Again, it's really predicated on the judges. And yes, Zane says Shiraz versus Canelo soon. That's also in the works, especially, man, can you imagine what if, even if Canelo loses to Terrence Crawford, which, by the way, I think that he is, that fight with Shiraz would still be good. Like, you know what? Canelo is such a legend that even with a loss to Bivol, Crawford, and Floyd Mayweather, all the three greats of this generation and the previous generation, the current ones, yeah, man, I think he can still draw a crowd no matter what. And even with a Hamza Shiraz fight, it would be a big one. Even in a little bit of a, domestic dust-up in the UK. I know that Canelo's not an English fighter, but it would be a big card for England, especially when everybody might get behind Shiraz on that one. Bam, for sure. Zane Musa Boxing says, a huge fight, for sure. And if they're going to do Shiraz and Canelo, I would predict that they would probably do that in England before they would do it in America or maybe even Riyadh. Okay, so Joaquin Buckley, he goes off on Israel Adesanya after the UFC comments, "You ain't no real fighter." Now, that's a very interesting comment that he said right there. So Joaquin Buckley issued a challenge to Israel Adesanya. Okay, so this is good. You got a 170 fighter, okay, who was on the verge of getting a title shot right there had he beaten Kamaru Usman, then falls off, but maybe decides to go and fight up in the 185 division, where Izzy is sort of in a losing streak. And then right there, if he fights him and gets a win, he can slide right in there and get a ranking. Now, following Buckley's loss to Kamaru Usman in the main event of UFC Atlanta, Adesanya was shown on his YouTube channel watching the fight saying, Buckley is an annoying N-word, and then he hates the surging welterweight contender. Buckley issued a quick social media response, but after giving an honest assessment of how his fight against Usman went, the new Mansa unleashed a verbal tirade on the former middleweight champion. We're going to read what that is. First, let's read what the fake Conor McGregor here says. Are you an MMA or a political YouTuber? I'm confused. I do both, because I think that in MMA, there is a culture that yearns for political talk. So it sort of blends right in perfectly, right? Adding the elements of religion, adding the elements of politics. All of that is somehow correlated in the world of MMA, because remember, MMA is dominated by right-wing Americans and Islamists from the Dagestan and the Chechen region. So in other words, basically, MMA is ran by Muslims and Americans. That's really what it comes down to. It's ran by the Muslims because there's the most dominant fighters in all of the championship levels are Muslim. The financiers are Muslim. And then on top of that, the longtime participants of the sport is America, and the biggest development of the sport comes from America. So that's the reality of that sport in a nutshell. Okay, so as we go on, this is what he says to Joaquin Buckley, what Joaquin Buckley says to Israel Adesanya. He said he knows what it takes to get an L, okay? But what to say, but you say that you hate a mother effer, you glad that they lost, you glad that they didn't achieve their dreams is wild to me, bro. Buckley says on his YouTube channel. Like, bro, why the F are you mad at me? What the F did I do? I kind of find it funny that you hating on me. You need to be hating on a motherfucker that took your belt. And that is not my words, but by the quote of Buckley. So Buckley began his UFC tenure as a middleweight, but has now found success in a welterweight division. Now, the loss to Usman was his first since moving up to 170. But before making the drop, Buckley said that he had to face his run-ins with Adesanya and revealed that he made a request to face the last style bender in the past. And I believe that, just like when Buckley was always lobbying to take on Ian Gary. Now, before making the drop, Buckley said that he had to face it. Okay, he's trying to be funny, trying to use his platform to talk smack, but shows me the potential of my name and how big I'm becoming. Buckley explained. Just like when I met him at the UFC PI Center, he's like, "Hey, bro, I think we'd be a good fight." And he was like, I was quiet at the time, but see, I was like man enough to see in your face, and then he tells me how you feel in your face, bro. Instead of him being like a hoe, you underneath all the covers, man. I hate that guy. You ain't no real fighter. Blah blah blah. This and that. Now, as of now, Buckley is figuring out his next move, having his long winning streak snapped by Usman. But if Adesanya wants to fight, Buckley seems completely open to bumping back up to middleweight to face another former UFC title holder, which is a great fight for him. Now, you can get this work anytime, bro. Buckley says, I can give it to you, but I forgot you Chinese. You ain't no brother. You a real African that runs spot in DDP. This is him, saying this. So you're trying to make it like you're the real African brother. No, DDP is, because he's still getting it in where he's from in South Africa. But where you at? New Zealand, Australia, America? You don't know who you riding with. And then that's what Buckley basically fired back at Israel Adesanya for that particular notion. So there it is, right? Understand right from the beginning of the stream what I told you about that. Adesanya is friends with Usman, and Usman is fighting Buckley. So it's only natural that he's going to do that he's going to act like that, and he's going to be very abrasive to somebody that is fighting his so-called brother. That's just what it really comes down to. And for whatever reason, they just don't understand that. But on any regard, okay, so let's take a look at what the possible fights Islam Makhachev has, okay? Okay, so JDM is next. What is he looking to do after that? He's looking to do the winner between Charles Oliveira and Elliot, because he wants to be a two-time 155 champion and become a double champion for the first time by moving down, because he's already been down at 155 as a champion and has defended his belt multiple times. Now, what he's trying to do is become a double champ via being the 170 champ reigning title holder. So that is the plan of Islam Makhachev. So what that means is that he's going to take on the winner. If he beats JDM, he takes on the winner next week. And by the way, with that in mind, it leads us into the next segue, which is the full card of UFC 317. I know we got a UFC card going on this weekend already. I did a coverage on that. I urge you to take a look at the live stream that I did this morning, because I give you a full breakdown of that whole entire, well, not the full breakdown of that card, but a good portion of that card. But what I'm going to do right now is the full card of UFC 317, and we're going to get right to it as soon as I put this right on the description below. Okay, so right here, we're going to put right into 45 minutes. Okay, 45 minutes is the full card. UFC 317. All right. So this is the full card for UFC 317. Let's take a look at this card, okay? And by the way, a lot of these matchups right now have just been recently made because they were really just trying to fill in this card while concentrating on the Abu Dhabi cards, which, by the way, is a whole different story and a whole different time. So here we go. UFC 317 right now. Okay, let's also see if we can, all right, so here we go, UFC 317. From the very beginning of the card, you got Jonah Dennis taking on Justin Tafa. Okay, 7-5 Justin Tafa versus 8-1 Dienes. Now, who am I going to go for with this one? I'm going to go with Dienes. Marty Miller says both McGregor. Shout outs to Marty Miller for that comment right there. So, Jonah Dienes is 8-1. Justin Tafa has a 50-50 record. What does that tell me? That tells me that here's an athletic and prospect that really doesn't have a lot of losses, right? He has one loss in his career. Let's take a look at what exactly that is, right? So at 6'4", 258 pounds, the only loss that he's had was his last fight was against Myktybek Tybura. So he was on a hot streak before this fight. Whereas with Justin Tafa, keep in mind, has a 50-50 record, okay? So right here, loses to Myktybek Tybura. Before that, knocks out the former football player Austin Lane, beats up a bunch of nobodies, and then gets a decision against a no-namer, okay? Whereas you take a look at Justin Tafa, I've told you this plenty of times, this guy has a 50-50 record, okay? With this 50-50 record, what do we have right here? A 2-fight losing streak. By the way, a loss to the same guy that Johannes Dienes just got a decision in against also, okay? And in his last fight, he loses to Talson Teixeira, basically starches him, but he does beat Austin Lane, so they do have a common opponent. He has a controversial fight with Austin Lane, comes back, fights him again, literally with months, within a few months apart from each other, beats Parker Porter. By the way, very hard to say. Try saying his name 10 times, right? So this is a guy with a 50-50 record, taking on a prospect who, before this loss, was on a hot streak. So I'm going to go with Dienes on this one. Maybe even a first-round knockout. I'm going to say it's a first-round knockout for this one. So that is the early prelims for that one. How about this? Jack Hermanson versus RoboCop. Gregory Rodriguez, okay? 37 versus 33, 6'1 versus 6'2, 185, 77. So let's take a look at where they were just at recently in their career, okay? Jack Hermanson, longtime veteran, okay? Fighting out of both Oslo, Norway, and Sweden. So very interesting combination, right? Obviously in the Norway area has been developing MMA for quite some time. As I've told you guys earlier in the live stream, it is America that is really prevalent in developing MMA. Marty Miller says, I think I'd pick RoboCop on that one. Okay, so that's interesting. I'm going to go with Jack Hermanson. I'm going to tell you why. The reason why I'm going to go with Jack Hermanson is I think that there is a chance that he's going to out wrestle him. He's done that to Joe Pfeiffer. He has great wrestling. He's got submission wrestling background, right? A very decorated grappler outside of MMA. So I'm going to go with him on this one by decision. Now, with RoboCop, okay, let's take a look at where RoboCop has been. Okay, Gregory Rodriguez. So let's take a look at RoboCop. Where have you been? He got knocked out by Jared Cannonier. Before that, had a decision against Leroy Duncan. By the way, listen, here's the thing, right? Leroy Duncan, for as good as he is and a great prospect as he is not on the level of Jack Hermanson. Okay, and he struggled with Christian Leroy Duncan, right? He couldn't put him out. I understand Christian Leroy Duncan is very elusive and this and that, but, you know, yeah, man, Hermanson has a little bit of striking. So, Toxic Gameplay says, Kyrie, if someone ever hits you, I'm turning into Antonio Brown. Oh, wow, man. Shout out to you, my man. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. Straight real loyalty right there to the max right there on the gang, on the set. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So, and then prior to that, Gregory, he says Brad Tavares, okay? He beats Brad Tavares. That's a good win. He loses to Bruno Ferreira, okay? And I don't know, man. That's not a fight that Jack Hermanson wins. So, yeah. All right, Baku, Azerbaijan, fight me. Let's get this thing rocking and popping. All right, so this is the beginning of the stream. Welcome everybody around the world. Do not forget to tap in and like and subscribe. Go. Welcome to UFC Azerbaijan, Baku. Roundtree versus Hill. 2 Americans headlining an event overseas. By the way, shout out to Barber, Nadir, Taufik Musayev. Shout out to you, my man. We're about to go live right now. Let's get it rocking and popping here. Let's go. got it. So on to the intro and into the show. Let's rock and roll on this one. Let me put this on the details down below. By the way, guys, I want you to know that this is how hard I work for you guys, right? When you have other streamers, you don't know when and where their timeline or timestamps are at. The only ones that you know that are like that are the hyper-professional ones, such as, I don't know, I guess not even Joe Rogan does that, but people who have a staff, okay? People who have people working for them. With me, I try to be very organized as much as possible. So I'm going to write right here, start of the broadcast as an intro. All right. There we go. Timestamps down below. Every fight I'm going to put on a timestamp, and you guys are guaranteed to know where you are at. I love you, Azerbaijan. He says, we can't hear you. You can't hear me? How about right now? Can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to go to another screen and watch my own show to see if that is true or not true. Okay, so let's see here. Can you hear me? Okay, I think. All right, well, that confirms it right there. That confirms it. We got good audio going on right now. Okay, no. It's okay now. Okay, got it. Thank you, Fresh Melon Juice, man. Shout out to Fresh Melon Juice, man. Very helpful. And, of course, never afraid to debate me, which, by the way, makes the show very interesting. And, I couldn't be more, even more appreciative. So shout out to everyone around the world. And by the way, greetings from Russia. How about this? We got greetings from Russia, man. I got people from around the world tapping in with your boy. Hold on, man. I got to take a screenshot of this. This is what I love right here. This is what I thrive off when it comes to MMA streaming and the type of people that are here from around the world. All right, let's go right here. Okay, yeah, we're about to get to the first fight of the evening, so every screenshot it comes out with me looking down. All right, so there it is. We got that going. All right, guys, thank you to everyone that's tapped in. I need you guys to hit the like and subscribe button. I just had to put that in my social media because, you know what, I appreciate all the love that we get.
what did my man say here? Russia, huh? Are you guys pretending to be upset that Israel is taking out Iran's nukes? Ooh, okay. Fresh Melon Juice coming out with some fire right now. What's up with Fresh Melon Juice popping up with some fire to the Russian homies, huh? Barbara says Tofiev will fight very well today. Inshallah, that's going to be a very awesome fight as well. That's definitely okay. Let's get to the fight on my screen here, because I am watching. I am watching the fight on my phone, and I'm going to tell you why, right? Because oftentimes there are guys that will watch their fight stream on their TV screen, right? Well, the reason why I have to do that is so this way there's no sound interference, and you know how it is when sound interference comes, then it's going to be very easy for them to copyright strike you, which you don't want. But on any regard, yeah. All right, so the first fight has not yet started, so we're just pretty much, waiting around. Okay, enough of that. Let's get to the fights, man. We're just awaiting the fights right now. So first fight has yet to start, but it will right now. So who is the first fight? Oh yes, it's a juicy first fight. As a matter of fact, it's Wahab Abdelhamdi versus Muhammad Usman, which is a crazy fight. Really, really a crazy fight. Let's go, man. All right, so we got Usman versus Wahab, which is the first fight right now, and we will be waiting for the upcoming fights. All right, still on a commercial break right now. A lot of really long, yeah, I would say a lot of really long, commercials that they have going on with the UFC, huh? All right, still on a commercial break right now. But a very exciting matchup. I mean, let's talk about this matchup with Usman and Abdel Hamdi, right? Now, Hamdi is an Egyptian Olympic wrestler level, taking on Usman. Usman has great striking. Obviously, he's an Usman. He's got power in his hands. He's a heavyweight Usman. But on any regard, I think Hamdi is going to out wrestle him in this fight. That's how I see this fight going right now. I see him getting out wrestled and taken down over and over again, right? That's the official prediction on that one. It's just constant takedown after takedown after takedown, and he's not going to be able to contain it. Not one bit. So, man, shout out to everybody around the world. How's everyone's Saturday morning going, right? Or at least it's morning in California time right now. This is what I love about UFC International Fight Nights, right? Is that they go live in other countries. They do shows in other countries, and as such, if you're a California mixed martial arts consumer, guess what? You're going to be able to see these fights in the morning time and have some cup of coffee. Obviously, I don't have a cup of coffee on me right now, but I did have some earlier. If you can't tell by the exuberant energy that I have going on, but especially for a heavyweight opener like this right now, what's great about fight nights like this is that you will have openers that are big matchups like this, right? Not all the time. They don't have openers like this. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. They don't have a lot of openers like this, but Usman versus Hamdi as the first fight, that is a banging choice, okay, to put on in your first fight ever in Azerbaijan. If you really think about it, I know that Hill and Roundtree are the main event, but realistically, these two heavyweights right now are going to break the record for the first fights, UFC fights, UFC sanctioned fights in Azerbaijan, in Baku. And that's coming up literally right now as we speak. So lock on, because I'm ready to lock on for this one. All right. So let's, what does Baku look like? What does this city look like? Let's take a look at some pictures that they have here for the city. See if we can. Okay, and then there's more commercials right there. There's Jamal Hill in a promo. All right, so Jamal Hill is saying that he wants to show that he can still perform at that level. All right. So Azerbaijan is sort of part of Russia, I'm assuming then, right? Okay, so yeah, it's a very beautiful city. Sorry, guys, setting up my slides to show you an example of this city because, you know what, UFC is an international sport, so we're going to celebrate international extravagance, you know, at that. So all right. So I don't know what that is. That's not even English, but yeah, tell me what that means. I don't even understand what you're saying. But on any regard, yeah, this is Baku right here. This is what Azerbaijan. This is what Azerbaijan looks like. Beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful scenery. All right, so here it is, man. Usman versus Abdel Wahab. Mohammed the Motor Usman. His nickname is the Motor. Very interesting. All right, so that fight is going to start right now. All right, so we got Usman versus Wahab right now. All right, so Usman versus Wahab. What can I say about this fight? Well, first off, when you look at the fact that he is the brother of Kamaru Usman, you would like to think that he has good wrestling, right? Well, on any event, guess who has an even better wrestling? It is none other than Wahab, who, by the way, Wahab was part of the Egyptian national team for the Olympics in Greco-Roman wrestling. So what exactly does that mean? And what exactly does that mean for Greco-Roman wrestling skills being put and placed into this fight? Well, I can tell you, here we are live in Baku, Azerbaijan, and the first fight of the night, where it's historically going to be the first UFC sanctioned fight in their country, taking place right here, okay? And it's going to be Usman and Wahab. And in terms of Greco-Roman, there's going to be a lot of clinching going on, close range clinching. And if that happens, it's going to be on the advantage of Wahab. And that is what we are about to see right now. So let's find out and let's check out how this fight is going to go, because ESPN is still on a commercial right now. And yeah, we're awaiting the first fight of the evening as we speak. So what I want everybody to do right now, please, I need you guys to help me become the biggest Muslim mixed martial arts channel in the world. And how you can do that, it's free. Hit the like and hit the subscribe button. And if you want to do more than that, you can always come to my member section, where I have very interesting videos regarding wide variety of topics. You want to know what kind of topics you're going to get out of my members only? Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at what type of content that I have in my members section only. Okay, so obviously from 11 months ago, I have a content regarding Ryan Garcia, where he has said the N-word, and the part 2 of that, I have a part 1, by the way, that's free. You want to see the part 2? Check out that one. Part 1 had Dubs on it. The famous YouTuber who was a Sureño down in Southern California was put in prison for a 187, i.e. murder, okay? And then, got out by technicality and is now living his life as a famous YouTuber. Well, he also has affiliations with Ryan Garcia's family, and he spoke with him. And so I thought it was great to react to his content while trying to show regard to this particular subject matter at hand. Let's see what else other topics that I have. The John Jones being stripped. I really tell you how I feel about this particular situation. And I also go into Moises Otama and his obsession with trying to be the next Mike Tyson and why that is detrimental to his career. Speaking of Islam Makhachev, 3 weeks ago, Troll versus Duck. Okay, I talk about subject matters of culture, religion, and why, let's say, the Dagestanis are not going to play along to this, how do I say this, pro wrestling culture that the UFC and the MMA world has going on right now. Obviously, the retirement plan of Prince Nazim, how it ended, right? In regards to Josh Taylor, we go into Josh Taylor's former affiliation with Daniel Kinahan. We go into situations about what Josh Taylor should do in his career and why he should not go out like this, but also retire at the same time. What do I mean by that? Well, come find out in this content. What else do I have in this content are also extremely, how do I say this, controversial topics at hand. I did subjects on MMA Guru, talking to DJ, and also, what else do I have that's very interesting that I'm going to show you, okay? So JDM, 4th Oceanic Champion, why the 170 division is stacked. Also, UFC, trying to divide Muslim fighters. Find out about that. Here's an exclusive one right now. I'm going to show you my impression of Rocky. All right. You remember how Apollo Creed walked into that fight? Oh, this is easy. Oh, he's big, he's strong, but he's stiff. You know, I got this, Rock. You know what I mean? I can't change. You know, oh, well, I like the way you are too, Apollo, you know, but, I got to change too. You know, look at that. Look at that in the ring. You know, you can't believe it, but, you know, that was us. We can't be like that anymore. You know, like that, right? All right. Well, shout out to you. I can't read Turkish, my man, but I tell you what, we do have our first fight of the evening right now, so here we go. Televizio Idman TV. I don't understand what that means, my man. I don't speak. You got to speak English in here for me to communicate with you. I'm not going to understand what you're saying, unfortunately. All right, by way of Cairo, Egypt. And by the way, we are live at Azerbaijan right now. All right, here's Mark Goddard as the referee. All right, here we go. Muhammad Usman, rather. All right, here we go. Round number 1. Okay, good leg kick right there by Abdul Wahab. All right, woo, there's a nice leg kick right there by Abdul Wahab. All right, there's a double jab right there by Muhammad Usman. Okay, there's a nice leg kick right there by Abdul Wahab. All right, man. Yeah, this is these are two huge dudes right here. Man, Abdul Wahab says he is entering fight week at 280 pounds, if you could really put that in proper perspective. Yeah, man. Wahab's striking has, really developed here. Wow, yeah. So this is his 8th pro fight right here. Yeah, Usman does have a 7-inch reach advantage right here that he has to use with the jabs. Surprisingly, there's not a lot of wrestling that has gone on in this fight yet. All right. So still a lot of little bit of hesitation between them. Just not really capitalizing on backing him up while also taking him down. That's one thing Abdul Wahab could try and do here. He is walking down Usman as we speak. Oh, wow. Okay, good right hook right there by Usman. Oh, wow. He just rocked Usman right now. I can't believe that out of nowhere. That was like an overhand right. So now we understand what Abdul Wahab was trying to work on with his striking right here. Oh, wow. He rocked Usman hard with that one. Okay, there's a front kick right there. All right, man. Good first round. Second round coming up. All right, here we go. Round number 2. Get up. All right, so here we go. Round number 2. Still a little bit of a feeling out process. Let's see if Usman can recover from getting rocked like that earlier. There's a pause of action going on here. What's going on? Not a whole lot of volume from them right now. Ooh, out of nowhere. Look at that. Kamaru Usman is now on the prowl. He just hit him with that shot right there. That straight shot to the face. Man, that was a good right hand. Oh, wow. He just rocked him. Abdel Wahab eats it and then fires right back of his own. Yeah, for real. Turkish guy, chill. Chill with the spamming. Oh, there's another one. There's another right hand right there. All right, we got about 2 minutes left into the second round. There's a straight right hand right there by Usman, misses. Okay, he rocked him with that one. Usman reminds me of Bob Sapp. He does kind of a little bit, right? You know, he does have that Bob Sapp vibe to him, although Bob Sapp was a bigger human being. Like we're talking about Andre the Giant size level plus Shaq. Or maybe not that tall, but the width of him was absolutely huge. Not to say that these two guys are not huge, but they're definitely huge for their height. I'll say that. All right, so we got about 10 seconds left into this round. Yeah, man, hard round to score. I may probably have to give this round to Usman. Abdel Wahab first round, second round. Yeah, I give it to Usman. Oh, yeah. Usman does look exhausted while fighting like Bob Sapp, for sure. He's scared of getting hit, almost panics in a way. Yeah, yeah. He's just not used to striking, is he? You know, you could just tell he has one of those really amateurish striking responses to things. Man, what a beautiful morning fight night, right? This is great. All right, there's a low kick right there by Abdul Wahab. Ooh, there's a good hook right there by Usman. He tried to go for an awkward jab to the body on that one. All right, there's Usman right there trying to throw some hooks at him. Or I'm sorry, Abdul Wahab. Oh, wow. There's Rashad Evans right there in the corner of Muhammad Usman. Ooh. They're telling him, move to your right. Move to your... Yeah, he's telling him to circle his right. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. So we got about just a minute left into this round right here. Oh, there's a nice body shot right there by Usman. Man, Usman might be winning this round right here. You know, I know that he looked scared, looked like he almost wanted to panic in in the first, maybe second rounds, but the third round right now, he's looking sharp. I think he's really getting to the what do you call it? Advice of Rashad Evans in the corner. Oh, that was a good timing. He just rocked him right there, and we got about 20 seconds left. He's looking at, oh, wow. He's prowling on him. He's got him cornered. Now he is hurt. Abdul Wahab is hurt with just 15 seconds left. Abdul Wahab has to try and survive now. He's in survival mode, which is 9 seconds left. Superman punch by Usman. And that is the end of the third round. Hey, listen, guys, this is a hard round to score, but let's find out who the winner is here. All right, so let's find out who the winner is, okay? All right, winner by decision. 29-28. Wow. Muhammad Usman wins. Wow, man. Very hard fought win, by the way, right? That is not the end of Abdul Wahab, I can tell you right now. Yeah, he absolutely took it to him, man. Yeah, how about this, man? UFC BJJ. That's crazy, man. All right, man. Road to the title, BJJ. How about that? All right, so what's the next matchup we got coming up right now? All right. Tagir versus Maksum. All right, guys. So what I'm going to need you to do is I'm going to need you to hit the like and the subscribe button. Okay. Now, I don't understand any of this, right? I can't translate this. I don't speak this language. But yeah, on any regard. All right. So we got Maksum from Dagestan taking on Tagir Ulanbekov. Obviously, two regional stars in this particular promotion right now. And I think one trains with Khabib, right? So the other one is looking to make his name in the UFC right now. 125 division. I got to tell you, one of the things that you really need in the 125 division are some new names, right? You need guys out there because it's not really the most stacked division. I mean, look, I need you to put this in perspective, okay? Who got a title shot right now? Kai Kara France. Kai Kara France is 1-3 in his last 3 fights. 1-2 in his last 3 fights. I'm sorry. 1-3 in his last. Oh, they are trying to find a Russian link for the stream. Well, you guys right here, this is the link right here, guys. You know what? I love how this is such a big international card. I see now why Dana White took this fight to that region, okay? The reason why Dana White took this fight to that region is because look at the outcome of the people that are trying to live stream this, that are trying to look for, the stream and whatnot. So, here it is, guys. All right, so here we go. Tagir versus Azat. Let's get it cracking. Yeah, Daniel Martinez, you are tapped in to the next best thing, which is... Sorry about that. Had to adjust the mic. Yeah, Daniel Martinez, right? You are getting the play-by-play right now. So sorry you can't see what you're seeing, but I'm going to give you the play-by-play of what's going on in the fight right now. So here we go. Usman running back and forth. The crowd, front crowd, looking a little bit empty. So, you know, there's a little bit of a casual space of the audience is going to be packed tonight. All right, so here's Maksum with a 1-2 shot as he opens up. There's Bekov right there, just sort of pawing that jab out there. And then here's Maksum really bouncing up and down with his movement, really frantic. There's a nice front kick right there by Bekov. So shout outs to Daniel Martinez. Hope you like and subscribe so I can continuously give you the play-by-play. And also, after the fight, I can give you the analysis of what's going on as well. Shout outs to you, my man. All right, there we go. There's a takedown. There's a takedown right there. Almost. Bekov is trying to get it. Yeah, this is what you should do when somebody is trying to take you down by the fence. You should be separating your legs very far in order for them to have a hard time in taking you down. There's a nice takedown defense right there by Maksum. But this is what happens when you have two Dagestanis fighting, right? It's not going to be that easy taking down one guy to the other. So... yeah, really a lot of support on the part of Bekov here. Yeah, really stuffing a lot of attempts right there. How about that little dirty boxing in between that? Oh, kicks and slips. All right, there's a high kick right there by Bekov. All right, there's a nice low kick right there by Maksum. Yeah, I think the way that these two guys are, technically built, they have a lot of good, striking prowess, right? So within that good, they have very good grappling prowess. So within that grappling prowess tends to cancel each other out, and you're going to see a kickboxing match between them, which is what you're witnessing right now between Bekov and Maksum. Khabib in the corner of Ulanbekov right now. Okay, how about that? In the commentary, they said Islam Makhachev is technically the champion still right now. Very interesting take. All right, that's the end of round number 1. Man, who do you give that round to? Very hard round to score. I'm going to probably give that one to Ulanbekov just based on the aggressive takedown attempts. But, man, Maksum did a very good job, though, of, also outstriking him, I think. All right, here we go. Round number 2. Fresh Melon Juice says, I can't see the American Muslim. Is he Houdini? I can't see the American Muslim. I think you're referring to myself. Yeah, man. Let's just say I'm not going to always be on camera for live stream. I'll say that. But in the regular live streams, yes. Because look, you got to understand, covering fights are long, right? That's, so I want to cover all the fights, but I just don't want to show you where I'm at every second while I'm doing it because, let's just put it like that. But on any regard, man, shout out to you, Fresh Melon Juice. All right, so round number 2 right here, Maksum versus Ulanbekov. All right, good slip shots right here. All right, he's going to try to pick him up here. Man, yeah, the first UFC event in Azerbaijan. Connor says, is Tagir in inbred? Possibly. Fresh Melon Juice response to him, if you count second and first cousin, and yes, probably. Yeah. I mean, that's just the norm in that part of the world, I suppose. Yeah, a little bit confusing on what would be considered a takedown in that exchange right there. All right, so Maksum gets the takedown right there, but Ulanbekov counters with a guillotine as soon as he takes him down, and that is the end of the round right there. All right, so that's the end of round number 2, going on to round number 3. A little fence grab in here. Oh, wow. Okay. There's a clash of heads right there. Little clash of heads. All right, so we only got one round left. Let's go. He said, thank God for them free trials, LOL. What do you mean, Daniel Martinez? Let me know what you mean by that. Hey, guys, everybody around the world, don't forget to like and subscribe. He says, Bisping only can see half of the city and thinks it's beautiful. He's lucky he can't see the other half. That's a little clever right there. All right, yeah, follows it up with the jab in the first round right here. All right, a little clinch exchange going right here. Okay, good shot right there. All right, so a little fence clinching right here between them, clinch wrestling. Yeah, they both definitely got to go and hunt for the finish on this one. Oh, there he goes and shoots in. All right, nice exchanges right here. Oh, okay, there's a nice elbow right there on the inside. All right, nice clinch exchanges right here. Now he's got him in a knee. Ooh, good Muay Thai clinch knees right here. Did Usman win his fight? He did, Daniel Martinez. He won it literally by close decision. Well, I mean, it was a unanimous decision, still a close fight nonetheless. Good heavyweight banger to literally open up the first fight ever in Azerbaijan. All right, so a little dirty boxing on the inside right now. All right, final 10 seconds right here. All right, and we're going to find out who the winner is in a second. Can you believe we only got 2 fights in? 2 fights in deep. That's crazy. All right, here we go. Winner by unanimous decision. Tagir. Tagir wins it. Very close matchup, but you know what? Tagir comes out as the winner, rightfully so. Yeah, man. Maksum definitely gave a great account of himself. That's not the last you're going to see of him, bro. Great fight. All right, next fight coming up. Daniel Martinez says, Fubu trial for me 5 days, so I'm watching the fights. You must be behind because the third round just ended from... Yeah, maybe just a little bit. Yeah. Well, at least you know that I ain't going to spoil you the results. All right, we got the next fight coming up right now. Okay, obviously I'm in round 1 right now. Sygula versus Alekseva. All right, so far, almost 2 minutes down in the first round between Sygula versus Alekseva. Ooh, there's a nice overhand right there. Yeah, real bad intentions on her part right now. Oh, Daniel Martinez. Sorry, I forgot to read his comment. My buddy brother fought on The Ultimate Fighter. Okay, who's let me know who that is, so we can feature him on the live stream right now. All right, so now just about 3 minutes down into the first round, 205, 204, 203 in the third round right now. I'm sorry, the first round. What am I saying? The first round. Okay, has the base low hunched over. Ooh, overhand right by Sygula. Oh, there's another one. Constantly landing on that one. Yeah, really good at picking her shots here. All right, now what's going on here? All right, a little bit of a timeout there from the foul. All right, here we go. A little restart right there. Now back right at it. All right, that's a very good opening round. On to the next round. Yeah, hard round to score on that one. All right, round number 2. Here we go. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Sygula. Yeah, good side-to-side movement. You know, really does sort of make the other fighter work harder for the range. All right, a little low blow right there. He's saying no coaching. Because you can't coach. Okay, Josh Hederman, he fought in the semifinals. Okay, let's look up who that is. Joe Heiderman, Josh Heiderman. Heiderman. Okay, here we go. Right here. Here's your buddy right here. Are you talking about this guy? Or is this a different Joe Hederman? Super heavyweight. Wow. Okay. I didn't even, I guess they have that in the amateur circuits and the pro scenes, but let me know if this is the right guy, my man. All right. So 2 minutes down into this round so far, not really much of what's going on. I mean, a few foul shots here. a bit of some warning, but you know, back to the action. All right, so here we are. 217, 215 in the second round right now. Going low and high with those jabs right there. A bit of some fencing style, you know, jabs that he's throwing. Dave Martinez says, I'm going to give it to the blue corner. I gave it to the blue corner. Okay. I'm assuming that, who would the blue corner be? I guess that would be Alekseva. No, I'm sorry, not Alekseva. Sygula. Yeah, I agree. I agree. There's a little bit more of you know, clean landing on her part. All right, good cage cut off right there. All right, just about almost 30 seconds left into this round. All right, that's the end of round number 2, going into round number 3. Okay, so the corner of Irina is telling her to just do boxing, don't do any kicks. That's it, because she's obviously doing very well in that department against her. How about this? Chael Sonnen versus Daniel Cormier. 20 years of the Ultimate Fighter, only for Daniel Cormier and Chael Sonnen to be the coaches. I remember, what was it the first time? Was it like maybe Randy Couture versus somebody? I don't know. Who was the first Ultimate Fighter? I know it dealt with Randy Couture and maybe Tito Ortiz. I don't know. Who was the first coaches in the Ultimate Fighter. First coaches of Tough was, to answer that question, it is Chuck Liddell and Randy Couture. So, okay, so that is who was the, yeah. But on any regard, here we go. A little bit of some clinch exchanges right here. You got Alexa pushing Sygula up against the fence. Yeah, and then after this one, it's Daira Zelenkova versus Melissa Dixon. And then you got Ismael Nadorov taking on Park Young Jung afterwards. So, Oh, yeah, and Galal Yafai is also fighting tonight. Let's see if there's any coverage we can find on that one. Oh, wow, she rocked her right there. Oh, she's looking to finish. Sygula is looking to get a finish right here. That's not him. He's from No Fault. Okay. He was a heavyweight like Usman. Okay. So not super heavyweight. Because to clarify, even that guy that I looked up with the same name as your homie, you know, he's a super heavyweight, which, by the way, I was surprised they would even implement that division. But then again, you know, it's the regional scenes. It's literally what they do, right? They implement all types of weird divisions. I remember dudes fighting like 175 weight classes in regional MMA. I mean, just a whole bunch of weirdness. But on any regards, here's a good takedown by Sygula right here. First takedown of the fight, actually. All right, let's see if she can do damage in the half guard position right now. Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in. Everybody hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's get this cracking right here. About 40 seconds left into the clock. All right, guys, I will see you at the end of the bell. By the way, guys, hit the subscribe button. Help me get to 900 subscribers. I'm up to 893 right now, and I'm looking to get to 900 pretty soon. I just need 7 more, guys. 7 more. If you can help out, let me know. Oh, he said my fault. Wrong, brother. It's Jordan Heiderman. All right, let's look it up right now. All right, there he is, man. There's your homie right there. All right, man. Jordan Heiderman. Shout out to Jordan Heiderman. 7-2 heavyweight right now. 6'3" heavyweight. Don't really know how much he weighs. Oh, it's actually right here. 240. Okay. So, all right, man. Shout out to this guy. Fought in the PFL. Oh, Dennis Goldsub. Yeah, that's a tough fight, man. All right. An exhibition MMA fight. That's right. Ultimate Fighter. What you were talking about. And then Chandler Cole. There's another Ultimate Fighter fight. All right. And then had a pretty successful LFA career before that. And then transition. Yeah. All right. All right, man. Shout out to your homie on that one, man. Shout out to your homie on this one. Guys, be sure to go follow Jordan Hiderman on this one, man. Because here on this channel, we support all of those that are on the up and coming. Because guess what? Like these fighters that are in the regional scene, I'm the up and coming in the MMA streaming world. So if you guys can help out in any way, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and help me get to 900 all the way to 1,000. Help me get to 900 first, and then we'll get to 1,000. All right, so the winner is Sygula wins this one. First win for Sygula right here. Hard fought fight, man. Yeah, so Sygula wins this one by unanimous decision.
To the next segue, which is the full card of UFC 317. I know we got a UFC card going on this weekend already. I did a coverage on that. I urge you to take a look at the live stream that I did this morning, because I give you a full breakdown of that whole entire, well, not the full breakdown of that card, but a good portion of that card. But what I'm going to do right now is the full card of UFC 317, and we're going to get right to it as soon as I put this right on the description below. Okay, so right here we're going to put right into 45 minutes. Okay, 45 minutes is the full card. UFC 317. All right. So this is the full card for UFC 317. Let's take a look at this card, okay? And by the way, a lot of these matchups right now have just been recently made because they were really just trying to fill in this card while concentrating on the Abu Dhabi cards, which, by the way, is a whole different story and a whole different time. So here we go. UFC 317 right now. Okay, let's also see if we can... All right, so... here we go, UFC 317. From the very beginning of the card, you got Jonah Dennis taking on Justin Tafa. Okay, 7-5 Justin Tafa versus 8-1 Dennis. Now, who am I going to go for with this one? I'm going to go with Dennis. Marty Miller says both McGregor. Shout outs to Marty Miller for that comment right there. So, Jonah Dennis is 8-1. Justin Tafa has a 50-50 record. What does that tell me? That tells me that here's an athletic and prospect that really doesn't have a lot of losses, right? He has one loss in his career. Let's take a look at what exactly that is, right? So at 6'4", 258 pounds, the only loss that he's had was his last fight was against Myktybek Tybura. So he was on a hot streak before this fight. Whereas with Justin Tafa, keep in mind, has a 50-50 record, okay? So right here, loses to Myktybek Tybura. Before that, knocks out the former football player Austin Lane, beats up a bunch of nobodies, and then gets a decision against a no-namer, okay? Whereas, you take a look at Justin Tafa, I've told you this plenty of times, this guy has a 50-50 record, okay? With this 50-50 record, what do we have right here? A 2-fight losing streak. By the way, a loss to the same guy that Johannes Diaz just got a decision in against also, okay? And in his last fight, he loses to Talson Teixeira. basically starches him, but he does beat Austin Lane. So they do have a common opponent. He has a controversial fight with Austin Lane, comes back, fights him again, literally with within a few months apart from each other. Beats Parker Porter. By the way, very hard to say. Try saying his name 10 times, right? So this is a guy with a 50-50 record, taking on a prospect who, before this loss, was on a hot streak. So I'm going to go with DNS on this one. Maybe even a first-round knockout. I'm going to say it's a first-round knockout for this one. So that is the early prelims for that one. How about this? Jack Hermanson versus RoboCop. Gregory Rodriguez, okay? 37 versus 33, 6'1 versus 6'2, 185, 77. So let's take a look at where they were just at recently in their career, okay? Jack Hermanson, longtime veteran, okay? Fighting out of both Oslo, Norway, and Sweden. So very interesting combination, right? Obviously in the Norway area has been developing MMA for quite some time. As I've told you guys earlier in the live stream, it is America that is really prevalent in developing MMA. Marty Miller says, I think I'd pick RoboCop on that one. Okay, so that's interesting. I'm going to go with Jack Hermanson. I'm going to tell you why. The reason why I'm going to go with Jack Hermanson is I think that there is a chance that he's going to out-wrestle him. He's done that to Joe Pfeiffer. He has great wrestling. He's got submission wrestling background, right? A very decorated grappler outside of MMA. So I'm going to go with him on this one by decision. Now, with RoboCop, okay, let's take a look at where RoboCop has been, okay? Gregory Rodriguez. So let's take a look at RoboCop. Where have you been? He got knocked out by Jared Cannonier. Before that, had a decision against Leroy Duncan. By the way, listen, here's the thing, right? Leroy Duncan, for as good as he is and a great prospect as he is not on the level of Jack Hermanson. Okay, and he struggled with Christian Leroy Duncan, right? He couldn't put him out. I understand Christian Leroy Duncan is very elusive and this and that, but, you know, yeah, man, Hermanson has a little bit of striking. So, Toxic Gameplay says, Kyrie, if someone ever hits you, I'm turning into Antonio Brown. Oh, wow, man. Shout out to you, my man. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. Straight real loyalty right there to the max right there on the gang, on the set. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So, and then prior to that, Gregory, he says Brad Tavares, okay? He beats Brad Tavares. That's a good win. He loses to Bruno Ferreira, okay? And I don't know, man. That's not a fight that Jack Hermanson wins. So, yeah, I'm going to give Jack Hermanson the decision on this one. Okay, so Viviana Araujo versus Tracy Cortez. I'm going to give this one to Tracy Cortez by decision, right? Obviously, this is not a fight where it's going to be heavy hitting. It's not going to be, it's not, yeah, they're not going to go to a finish, right? Okay, let's take a look at some last few fights of Tracy Cortez. Now, obviously, you've seen her on social media with Neon, you know, sort of promoting her brand and this and that. Loses to Rose Namajunas. Not an easy fight, but you know what? Great experience on her part. Beats Jasmine Javidikius. Beats Gato before that. Beats Justin Keish. Has a win over Aaron Blanchfield by a split decision back in Invicta. Okay, so Araujo, Vivian Araujo. So, okay, so last fight, wins against Karen Silva. Before that, loses to Natalia Silva. And then Maya gets a win, decision against Amanda Hebaz. You see the pattern Just all these decisions, especially at the highest level, right? So I'm gonna go with Cortez by decision on this one. No, you know what? Vivian Oroge. I think Oroge could win this one by out grappling her. So that's who I'm gonna go for. Marty Miller says, I'm curious about that too, Nubby. Oh, Nubby MMA says, yo, what's your thoughts on Oliveira versus Topuria? Oh, yes, we're going to get to that. So stay tuned, okay? I'm going in the order of the card. I think it's a hard pick against Topuria right now. Well, stay tuned because I definitely have a take on that one because we are about to head into the main card right now. Opening in the main card, you got Peyton Talbot taking on Felipe Lima. Okay, let's take a look at Felipe Lima because we know a lot about Peyton Talbot. Okay, he's supposed to be the top prospect for 135 right now, but Felipe Lima. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so Felipe Lima. Okay, coming off of a win against Miles Jones, has a win over Muhammad Naimov. Okay, rear naked choke, by the way. Okay, and that was in his UFC debut. He was in the Octagon. Let's see, was this for a championship? No, I don't think it was. Okay, but he has a unanimous decision win against Jonas Marriage. Okay, all right, so he's got a pretty decorated regional career. All right, so Peyton Talbot, he's going to have a tough fight in his hands, okay? I like this one right here, okay? So let's take a look at Peyton Talbot. Where is Peyton Talbot right now in his career? Let's see here. So fighting out of Reno Combat Academy. By the way, a gym that I'm very much familiar with. By the way, that was also a gym that not only, I believe, Ryan Vader started with, but also I think Paige Van Zandt and then a whole bunch of other big names that they've had come out of that particular gym, right? Now Peyton Talbot is that guy, right? He loses to Hani Barcelos by decision, right? You've seen Hani Barcelos in his last fight. That's really no shame in that. I mean, probably one of the best wins of his career, right? Against Cody Garbrandt. And once again, also Peyton Talbot. But now Peyton Talbot, before that, has a win over Cameron Simon, knocks him out. That was back in 2024. And then now has a 19-second win against, yeah, man, this kid is on a hot streak. You're going to have to give this one to him. I think that he wins this one by a decision. It's going to be a tough fight. I think these are two top prospects that may see each other in a title eliminator later down the road. So I think Peyton Talbot wins this one by decision. Yeah, I'm going to give this one to Peyton Talbot by a decision. I think there's going to be a lot of grappling exchanges to which will be on Peyton's side. I think that he's going to knock him down. A 50-50 fight. But how about this? Another 50-50 fight, right? A lot of people are sleeping on some of these main card fights, right? Beneil Dariush, it's a 50-50 fight against Moicano. Now, Moicano obviously got a shot against Islam Makhachev as a late replacement. Not really indicative much of anything. But prior to Islam Makhachev, he has a win over Benoit Saint-Denis. By the way, in Paris, in the hometown of Benoit Saint-Denis, the former French Special Forces soldier turned UFC fighter, gets a win over him in his own country. And then gets a win over Jalen Turner. And then Drew Dober. And then Brad Riddle. Before that, he loses a 5-round decision against Rafael Dos Anjos when Rafael was really in his prime. He's sort of declining at this point, but not, you know, in the way that he was in 2022. Leg kicking him, giving him a little bit of mercy on top of that. I mean, letting him coast on top of that, but he learned a lot from it. So the RDA fight, the Islam Makhachev fight, should not be indicative of this one. But other than that, man, it was a bit of a hot streak. But let's take a look at Beneil Dariush in his recent run, or maybe lack of run, because now he has a 2-fight losing streak, but not a bad losing streak, right? You see, having a losing streak in the UFC is not the same as having a losing streak in the regionals, right? Look at who he lost to. Arman Tsarukyan finishes him, and then Charles Oliveira also finishes him, which leads me to believe that Moicano may finish him, not early though. We'll have to work for it, but maybe somewhere in the 3rd round. So I'm going to go with Moicano by 3rd round decision. Okay. Now, next one, Joshua Van versus Brandon Royval. Okay. And Mr. C says on the comment section, Riddle, not Riddle, rhymes with Liddell. Okay. Riddle. Okay. Riddell. Okay, got it. Okay, so next one is Brandon Royval versus Joshua Van. Now, Joshua Van has been very active, right? A very inspirational story that came out of this kid, right? He said that in 2017, he saw Conor McGregor box Floyd Mayweather, and weirdly enough, a boxing match involving a UFC fighter is what led him to MMA, but also, I guess, his infatuation with both Mayweather and McGregor and wanting to be part of the circus. But on any regard, he's now part of the circus. All of a sudden, he's a veteran of the UFC now, getting all these wins, right? A rising star in the 125 division. By the way, a division that is yearning for stars and guys with some stories. So Joshua Van was born in Van Bao Tong in Chin State in Myanmar, okay, to a family of 5 siblings. And due to the SPD siege in Myanmar, his family had to relocate to Malaysia when he was 10 years old in search of better opportunities. Then he moved to Houston, Texas, and that's how he got into MMA and got into the UFC as a result of that. So, only losses he's had against Charles Johnson, and then the other one was very early in his career when he got rear naked choked in the regional scenes in Houston, Texas. So, a lot of learning curve there, right? Ever since then, Edgar Shiraz gets a unanimous decision win. Cody Durden gets a unanimous decision win. Ray Tesora gets a unanimous decision win. Shows a lot of striking prowess in these fights, right? Very crisp with his boxing, right? But also a Max Holloway with good footwork. Bruno Gusso Silva gets a win over him back in June. That wasn't too long ago. Literally UFC 316, and here we are, right? So taking a look at Joshua Van's opponent, okay? Obviously a much more seasoned pro. Well, not so much more than him, right? But they have the right amount of fights. This is why we're seeing a lot of 50-50 fights in these undercards that I think is really, I guess, being underestimated. Okay, so he has a win over Tyra, gets a win over Brandon Moreno, split decision. Okay, not a very easy, split decision. Alex Pantoja goes to the cards with him. And by the way, that's for the flyweight division championship fight. Loses to Alex Pantoja again way before. Okay, that was in 2021, but has lost over Brandon Moreno, but then gets a win over Brandon Moreno. So my prediction on this one, I think this is going to be a 3-round fight of the night between Joshua Van and Brandon Royval. But I think Joshua Van is going to outstrike him all throughout the round 1 to round 3. Brandon Royval is going to get his licks in. He's going to get his highlights in, but it's going to be mostly Joshua Van who's going to outscore him by the end of the fight. So moving on with that one, it is Alex Pantoja versus Kai Kara France. Now, Alex Pantoja right now has been red hot, okay? I don't think it's going to be any different. I think Kai Kara France still makes the same mistakes that he's probably going to make in terms of, keeping his hands down and getting knocked out. He has one win going into this fight, and then he already gets a title shot. I want you to put that in perspective, okay? He gets finished by Brandon Moreno, loses to Amir Albazi, and then just currently has a win over Steve Erceg. He's been 1-2 in his last 3 fights, and he gets a title shot. it's kind of strange, right? Which is why I say that he is tough. He's going to come in here prepared, and he's going to come in here a lot more careful in his previous fights, and he's going to appreciate this opportunity. And as a result of that, I think it's going to lead into a 5-round war, or at least a 5-round domination on the part of Alex Pantoja, controlling the fight from round 1 to round 5. So official prediction, Alex Pantoja with a 5-round decision. Okay, so now moving on to the main event. Okay, now let's time mark this 64. Ooh. Okay, 1 hour and 4 minutes. Topuria versus all right, so Topuria versus Charles Oliveira. Okay, so this main event, I got to tell you, this main event is a lot closer than people think, but I think eventually Ilya Topuria is going to clip him. Okay, so how exactly is this going to happen? Okay, well, Charles Oliveira is going to use his jab just like Max Holloway does, which is why I almost like kind of confused his name out of it, right? I think that Ilya Topuria is going to knock him out later in the 4th round. They're going to have a kickboxing match. They're going to have a scramble. It's going to look very even. And I think Ilya Topuria might be a little bit surprised due to the fact of the range and the distance and the size of Charles. He's going to be overwhelmed for a little bit, but then he's going to overcome it. And then he's going to probably knock him out maybe somewhere in the 4th or 5th round. That's my official prediction for Ilya Topuria versus Charles Oliveira. So to put it simply and to put it plainly, it's going to go as very methodical and very technical in the 1st round. It's going to be a back and forth. 2nd round, there's going to be wild scrambles with Ilya Topuria and Charles Oliveira, a few submission attempts maybe in the 3rd or 4th round. And then in the 4th round or 5th round is when Ilya Topuria is going to lay down the shot, and it's going to look very devastating, and it's going to create an even bigger buzz for Ilya Topuria because people are surprised that he was able to fight a tough fight, but also persevere through it while also being able to fight back and win in a devastating fashion. So that right there is the official prediction. That right there is the official prediction for UFC 317. All right, so a little recap with that. Just wanted to run down everything that we did in the live stream. So very beginning of the live stream, we talked about Buckley going at Adesanya post Kamaru Usman. We talked about Shiraz versus Berlanga. We talked about the full card with UFC 317, which, by the way, will be in its own separate video coming up with this particular live stream, put in a different video, but dedicated for UFC 317. We talked about the truth behind Islam Makhachev, his last 3 fights announced. or is it? And we went to the truth behind that. We also talked about some things in politics. We talked about a few things regarding Joaquin Buckley, Israel Adesanya, and all of these fights that are coming up. That is all that I have for this one, guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a banger right there. All right, next one. Okay, let's find out who the winner is on this one. All right, the winner is all right. So Daria Iron Lady wins. She did enough to win, and that's that. Daniel Rodriguez says he gets a little wild in the stand-up. I hate to say it, but I think Tapora will win. Wow, I think so too. Yeah, a gangbanger. Tafa is a banger, a gangbanger. Yeah. Okay. I see the little joke there. All right. On to the next fight, guys. All right, next fight coming up. Ismael N versus Park. This one's going to be a very exciting matchup right here. I'm very much excited for this matchup right here. Can't wait for this one. Let's go. So yeah, I will be right back. Obviously, I'm going to cover that fight, but yeah, you know, doing a little some things on the side while covering the fights for you guys. So here we go. Ismael N Junyoung Park. Let's go. All right, so here we are, 3:16:33 into the live stream, and we are with Park versus Ismael right now. A little bit of a break because of an eye poke, a supposed eye poke by Nuradiv on Park. Okay. Okay, here's another accidental eye poke again. Oh, no, not an eye poke. All right, so good left hook right there by Nuradiv. Wow. Oh, wow, he just rocked him right there. Park rocked him out of nowhere with that shot. Okay, so good jabs right there. Oh, wow. Oh, he just rocked Ismael right now, right at the end of the first round right now. All right, that's the end of the round right there. That's the end of the round. And yeah, I stand by that as a little conversation I had with Daniel Martinez here. Shout out to him, one of my new subscribers. Topuria is way more skilled than Charles, and I think it will translate into the upcoming weight classes Ilya is in. That was a comment from me. And Daniel Rodriguez does agree, says, I hate to say it, but I think Topuria will win. Absolutely. Absolutely. So Charles makes a lot of mistakes, right? The type of mistakes that Charles makes, I mean, he is absolutely susceptible into getting caught with a shot. And that's not far-fetched to believe that that's going to happen. If you guys had just seen earlier my UFC 317 prediction show, but I will come out with that prediction show. You guys have probably already seen it, but I'm going to repackage it in much more edited particular matter. But on any regard, here we go. Round number 2 with Ismael Nadurov versus Park. Shout out to everybody around the world right now, depending on where you are at. It is literally like morning time heading into the afternoon here in the West Coast, which, you know what, you can't complain. You can't complain with, something like that. And especially with the power that Topuria carries. Yeah, correct, Daniel Martinez. That's definitely a factor there, right? Look, whenever you're dealing with a guy that has explosive knockout power, Conor was like that, Deontay Wilder is like that in boxing, George Foreman was like that in his heyday during his boxing career. You will always have that differential whenever you make a mistake. So you make a mistake, guess what? You're losing the rounds, no problem. By the end of it all, you have that equalizer. Okay, you're losing on the points. You got the knockout power. Boom, here you go. Ooh, there's a nice flying knee right there by Nadurov. Oh, there's another knee. Now he's down. Oh, that's an illegal one. Oh, wow. Wow, that's an illegal win. That's an illegal shot. I can't believe it. That's an illegal shot. That was an illegal shot, man. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was an illegal shot. Wow. Ooh, boom, out of nowhere. Wow, man. Yeah, that was an illegal knee. Yeah, that looks bad. That looks bad. Look who decided to come back to the live, the American Muslim. Well, you know what, man? Listen, you're either going to stream or not stream, right? I'm either going to miss out on these views of covering the fights, because here's something for a lot of you MMA content creators out there, right? The fight nights are free promotion for you, because everybody's going to be looking for the fights. Everybody's going to be looking to hear what other people have to say about the fights, the updates, all of that, the technical breakdowns, maybe even try to coerce the host into watching the actual live footage, right? But we're not here to do that. What we are going to do is obviously, get the most views as much as we can with this, with what we got going on. So, oh man, yeah, this looks very bad. We could have ourselves a Bellagio, Paul Craig situation right now. Yeah, you got all the fouls and 2 eye pokes going on with this one. But yeah, fresh melon juice. What I was going to say was, look, you have to understand, right? One of the main reasons why a lot of people don't do good in YouTube is because they don't put the time in. You see what I'm saying? Round 2 DQ, man. Not the same. Yeah, the eyes are compromised right now. Michael Bisping would know a thing or two about that, right? No, so what I was saying, fresh melon juice, is that, look, you can either have an opportunity to do it or not. But most guys that fail in YouTube is because they don't put the time in, because they don't have the time. But for me, I try to make the time. You know what I'm saying? I try to make the time, and if I have to do things on the side, look, there's a lot of things that I do behind the scenes, right? Before I was a YouTuber, I was a behind the scenes guy, right? I did a lot of behind the scenes things with all types of different, entertainers, rappers, YouTubers, fighters, all of that, right? Professional sports. So I was a behind the scenes guy, and well, now it's only in the past 1 or 2 years that I put myself in the public circle. Yeah, you're doing very good, very consistent. That's what I try to do, right? So why miss out on potential views that you get on a very busy fight night, right? A busy fight night that has a good traffic for MMA content creators and YouTubers. And I think that it would be foolish to miss out on that money. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, there's other things that I do as well, aside from YouTube. And those are responsibilities that I also have to take as a man and have to do. And as a result of that, it's just, trying to improvise, right? Improvise. You know what I mean? And here's one thing. I don't think he should continue fighting. Yeah, as we're covering the Ismael versus Park right now. What is this? He's going to deduct the point, but they're going to 2 points. Wow. 2 points. Oh. Listen, guys, I literally just spilled my coffee on 2 points. I never seen that before either. I've never seen that before in my life. 2 points, man. 2-point deduction. Can you imagine 2-point deduction? Yeah, never before seen. I've never seen a thing like that ever. You know what I mean? Like that is wow. 2 points. Yeah, never seen anything like that. Never seen that before. I agree with the ref deducting 2 points according to Diego Lopez. So you agree with, yeah, you know what? There has to be a stiffer penalty of some sort, right? If he doesn't continue, he wins the fight. He should not fight. Yeah, run that pipe. I think what he meant to say was run that fight. Fresh Melon Juice says he was holding his head and delivered a knee. Fresh Melon Juice says Dana's going to give this guy a bonus for continuing. For sure. For sure. After all the things that have been going on after the Bellagio fight, yeah, for sure they're going to give him some sort of reward for that one right now. So here we are about 2:05 right now in the second round. So for those of you that are following right now, yeah, he had a chance there. He definitely did. He definitely did have a chance there. And oh, there we go. There's a nice takedown right there. Nice takedown by Nadurov. Now look, he's got a higher sense of urgency right now. If you really think about it, look at the high sense of urgency he has. Look at this. He's going to try to choke him. Really strong position that he's got right now. Okay, now he's got knee on belly. Oh, I was talking about running the pipe on the sink. Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. All right. Now he's got him in arm lock position. Now he's trying to trip him right in this body lock. Boom, gets it with 112 left into the second round. Man, so a very good scrambles between these two right now. Yeah, look, I'm going to tell you, man, Park is going to win this fight. All Park needs to do is really just survive. That's all Park needs to do is survive. If he survives, he wins this fight hands down. There's no doubt about it. That's all he's got to do is just survive this fight. He's got 33 seconds left in the second round, and then he's got another one to deal with in the second round, in the third round. That's it. That's all that he needs to do here. Very exciting fight so far. So far, this has been the most exciting fight of the night, considering with all the drama that has been involved. So, all right, so we got about 10 seconds left. Says, I think he is better off keeping it on the ground. For sure. And you know what? He's winning a lot of these grappling exchanges. Look at this. He's going for a rear naked. Okay, but that is the end of the second round. All right, so that is the end of the second round. End of the second round. Here we go. Third and final round. Man, listen, I have never been so excited to see a third round in my life, guys. I'm going to tell you right now. This is a very exciting third round to look forward to because guess what? There's a lot of drama involved in this upcoming round. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know where this matchup is going to go. Let's go right now, man. Let's go to the third round. All right, so just like what Daniel Rodriguez says, right? Okay, yeah, he does need to finish him, and then you said I think he's better off. He's better keeping it on the ground, and that's exactly what Park is doing right now. Park is getting the best of these ground exchanges. All right, so he's locking up the Kimura here. Really excited to see where this fight goes. Very strong ground control on the part of Park right now. Really good ground control on the part of Park. Look at this. Looking to get some ground and pound damage right here with just about over 2 minutes left. 210, 209, 208. Now in a half guard position. All right, now he's got his back. Yeah, so the 2-point foul, it's inevitable that Park is going to win this one right here. So well, just like that, right? You have to stop. No, I'm not doing that fresh melon juice. Get that finish, Park. Yeah, Park is going to try to go for a finish in this one. And he doesn't need to. He's already winning. And he won this fight, right? Like I already put it right on the description and the timestamp below. I already put it that, listen, he's going to win this fight. It's inevitable. He lost 2 points. There is no way Nuradov is going to get away with this one, right? But you know what? Shout outs to him because, man, you know what? He could have just given up on the technicality of a disqualification, but he decided he wasn't going to do that. All right, well, just like that, I think that it's inevitable Park is going to win. You have to excuse me. I have a little bit of on runny nose, so that's the reason why it was kind of hard for me to get on camera and all of that. But on any regard, yeah, I think that Park did a very good job of maintaining top control. I think that had he not really gained those 2 points, I think that it would have not been any different. And that's what I think about it, right? But we're going to get to the official aspect of that, and we're going to react to it right now. So let's get the official decision on this one, even though I had already, proclaimed it to be. And I think everybody around the world already knows what it is that understands basic math. Yeah, Park definitely deserves a huge bonus for that. Shout outs to him and South Korean MMA. Now let's hear what he has to say right here. Let's hear what he has to say. Oh, wait, no, they don't get an interview. Oh, because they're going straight to the next fight, the feature prelim. Let's go to the feature prelim. So we got Ko versus Oban Elliot next coming up. All right, so here we go. Oban Elliot taking on the Korean Tyson. Okay, let me get to these comments real quick. 40, okay, we'll go with 41 minutes. All right, very explosive striker, Oban Elliot. All right, notice how on the description, I gave them their nickname and their full name, okay? KO, the Korean Tyson. Well, I don't have his first name, his Korean name or whatever that may be, but what I do have is the name Korean Tyson and then the nickname Oban, the Welsh Gangster Elliot. Okay, so what am I trying to say with that is in MMA, you have to stand out. You got to know how to market yourself. And these two guys right here, I mean, they definitely know how to market themselves as a fighter. You got a guy calling himself the Korean Tyson. You know how awesome that is? And then on top of that, understand that there is a huge MMA culture and a huge martial arts culture in Korea. And obviously, being tied to Tyson is great. And then you got Oban, the Welsh Gangster Elliot. You know why he named himself that? Because he is naming himself after Chael Sonnen, and he is learning that in the world of professional fighting, you got to have your entertainment value intact. And these two guys have it. They both have a great moniker, great nickname, exciting fighters to look forward to watch nonetheless. All right, so now both men locked up in a clinch. Let me But yeah, I agree. He definitely deserves a bonus on that one. And then Daniel says, yeah, I think so too. 50 G's, baby! Ha ha! 50 G's! All right, so Elliot has been on his back the entire time. Meanwhile, Park is right on top. By the way, a great prelims, yeah, very good prelim feature. All right, good control clinch position by Oban Elliot right here. Oban Elliot maintaining this clinch position. Right, okay, so now they're squared up once right again. There's a front kick right there by Oban Elliot, switches stances, goes for a low kick. Another low kick by Oban Elliot. Very good Muay Thai. And then there's a Korean Tyson clinching up against Oban Elliot right now. More in a dominant position, pushing Elliot into the fence. There's a body lock. Okay, now there's another body lock reverse by Elliot. Now he has a dominant position with him pushing KO against the fence. The Korean Tyson. Now he's going for some nice shoulder shots. There's some knees with Park. Okay, now that is the end of the first round, going into the second round next. Yeah, that round, oh man, hard round to score. Very hard round to score. How do you guys score the first round? That was a very hard round to score. I don't know how you could score that one. What do you guys think? Come on, anybody, let me know. Who did you guys think won that first round? That was very hard to score. I can't score it. That's why I'm asking anybody out there that wants to, make a bold statement on the comment section. Who won the first round between Oban Elliot and the Korean Tyson? I think it's the Korean Tyson, but let me know what you think. Second round coming up. All right, main card is coming up next. All right, so a little boxing exchanges. There's a body kick right there by KO. Straight hand. Okay, so Daniel Martinez. All right. He says that he's going to give it to Tyson. I think he had more control in the striking and ground. Guess what, man? Guess what Korean Tyson is doing right now? Controlling Oban Elliot on the ground. You know what, man? The Welsh just don't have that kind of wrestling that Americans, let's say even the Japanese or the Iranians or the Russians do. They're not a wrestling country. Korea is a strong wrestling country for sure. Man, very good body lock control on the part of Tyson. Isn't it crazy that we're calling him the Tyson? Like, not even Korean Tyson. We're just calling him Tyson. So the story goes, there it is. Korean Tyson on top of the Welsh Gangster. Good grappling. Good half guard position. Good elbows. Constant striking. Constant attacks. Making Oban Elliot constantly defend. Very aggressive performance on the part of Korean Tyson. But yeah, going back to the last fight, shout out to Fresh Melon Juice. Yeah, Park did deserve that huge bonus. Okay, so here it is. He's going for a choke right here. Wow, he's going for it. Okay, he defends it. Yeah, Elliot looks like he's starting to gas. He definitely is starting to gas right now. Right? This half guard position, let me tell you something. The most underrated position in MMA is half guard. You know what? In jiu-jitsu, you can't do much with a half guard because think about it. You can't punch them. All you got to do in that position is either advance or go for a submission attempt in that position, maybe a Kimura, maybe an arm triangle. Yeah, that's all that you can really do in jiu-jitsu. But in MMA, man, you can do so much with a half guard, and you're starting to notice how much the half guard is overutilized, especially in ground fighting positions. Ooh, nice elbow. Now he's in a full guard position. Okay, now he goes back into side control, pounding away as he's in side control, maintains the side control, and it looks like he's going to maintain the side control with a knee at the end of a couple of seconds. There it is. So that round is an obvious round for the Korean Tyson. I mean, can you give that any of a different look? But man, Korean Tyson looks really good on the ground. Very good. Yeah, man. Enjoy, and also enjoying this fight with me, because understand this fight is not really that big for the American audience. By the way, brother, I'm from, Sacramento, California. Let me know what part of the United States you are from. He says, I expected him to be more of a stand-up fighter with that nickname. Yeah, man, for real, right? And the thing with Koreans, they're like Americans and Russians, very well-rounded, right? These are some of the countries that have a very highly complete martial arts system, that with the Japanese as well. Koreans are sort of up there. They're very similar to that of the Japanese, but the Japanese are just more prominent in promoting the fights, because obviously they're, they have the history with Pride and Rising and whatnot. Omaha, Nebraska. Okay, so are you a Terrence Crawford guy by any chance? Let me know if if you are. That would be really interesting. All right, so here we go. Clinch position by Korean Tyson. Wow, okay. Takes him down again. Oh, yeah, we love Crawford, man. Shout out to Terrence Crawford and his fight going into Canelo Alvarez. Yo, did you see yesterday? Turkey El Sheikh says, I don't know why they put me here. I want to sit next to Crawford. Yo, is he even allowed to do that? But he is. He's a financier. He's not really a promoter. And promoters are also not, how do I say this? They're not in position of authority within combat sports, right? Yeah, so it's sort of in that field. But yeah, man, shout out to Crawford, shout out to Omaha, Nebraska, and all of that. And big ups to Daniel Martinez for being a new subscriber. And I'm very thankful and humble for every subscriber that comes my way. Shout out to everybody around the world, man. Yeah, man. So far, just constant ground control time on the part of Korean Tyson. Korean Tyson, he's at it again. Hi, guys. Muhammed Nurmagomedov, shout out to you. Naimov, shout out to you, man. Hi, guys. How are you, man? How are you? Let me know what part of the world you are from, brother, as we are enjoying the Korean Tyson going on full ham on this ground control right now. Thanks. And you know what? This should be the main card time slot right now, okay? Because obviously it's 12, but they went a little bit over time on the prelim features. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Here we are once again. Another fight night. Yay, yay. Oh, you are from that part of the world. Okay. All right. I am from Baku. That's what's up, my man. Oh, yes. So other Omaha notables, Anthony Smith, Jake Ellenberger, Drew Dober. Oh, yeah, that's right, man. Yeah, Jake Ellenberger's a former Marine as well. Anthony Smith. Yeah, and then I think Mersek Bektik as well. I believe even Terrence Crawford shouted him out. Man, yeah, still maintaining this top guard position right now. All right, so just like that, 3 hours and 58 minutes and 20 seconds into the live stream, Park wins by unit. I'm sorry, not Park. Korean Tyson. Park fought last time, but yeah, Korean Tyson out-grappled him, took ground control time, and that was all she wrote. Where I'm from, Northern California, Sacramento, California, to be exact, man. Shout out to you and everybody in Baku, Azerbaijan. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Everybody around the world, like and subscribe to the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. All right, so there it is. The Korean Tyson wins. So I'll tell you my thoughts on that fight, right? I think that Jake Paul is going to knock him out, and it won't be that much of a surprise. Look, I know that it's easy to say Chavez has all the skill and all these accolades or this and that, but if you're not living your life as a professional athlete and you have a size disadvantage on top of an athletic disadvantage, I think that, yeah, it's going to be a very bad night for Chavez, and then he hasn't been living the life of a warrior. So that's that. But yeah, man, shout outs to Park and his win here. All right, so this is the main card opener. There it is, man. Welcome. Yeah, shout out to you, Muhammed. Shout outs to everybody in Azerbaijan. Daniel Martinez is very true. I don't think people realize how hard Paul actually trains. You know what? My buddy Eric, right, who's a jiu-jitsu trainer that I've he was a jiu-jitsu trainer, but he's a nutritionist. I trained with him at Team Alpha Male. He is Jake Paul's nutritionist. All right, I'm going to show you his social media right now, just to show you that, you know, me and this guy are actually like, you know, real life friends. You know what I mean? And we've had, you know, some debates about immigration too, which I thought was, you know, pretty funny. But I'll show you right now. Yeah, a buddy of mine that actually works with Jake Paul, Logan, and Conor McGregor. Okay, so here it is. Here it is. That dude. I've trained jiu-jitsu with that dude over the years in Team Alpha Male and, you know, across California. And yeah, man, you know, he's also worked with Conor McGregor, I think, as far back as 2018. You know what I mean? As far back as 2018. Hold on, let me see. There it is. See, he's there with, what's this dude's name? The rapper, I forgot his name. 2 Chainz. There it is. 2 Chainz. That's him with 2 Chainz right there. Him and Conor McGregor. Yeah. So he's been with that guy for, you know, quite some time. You know what I mean? So But you're right. Listen, he does train very hard. And, you know, Eric tells me, you know, how hard he trains and the nutrition that, you know, Eric provides of him. Look, it's top of the line. Look, not only did Eric work with Connor, Logan, and Jake, he also worked with some real serious people like Kamzat, Anthony Pettis when he was champion, Carla Esparza, Misha Tate. Okay, he was there during the Ultimate Fighter taping. So put that in perspective. All right, so now they're just giving a little bit of some promo of what Baku is like and all of that. You like that combination? I mean, you know what? I guess I'm more of a Rogan guy, but I guess this is good for a fight night. I do like that combination, but yeah, I'm going to have to go with Rogan and DC. I kind of like that combination. All right, here we go. Naimov taking on Bogdan. Let's go. All right, so Naimov getting pushed up against the fence right here by Grad. Oh, wow. Okay, good switching stances with Grad right now. Oh, spinning back fist, miss. Okay, here's a takedown attempt. It's got him clinched up. All right, there's a clinch position by Naimov. Okay, maintaining a good clinch position here. All right, end of round number two. Round number one, rather. All right, so here we go. Round number 2. Naimov versus Grad. All right, so let's see what the difference will be from the first round to the second round right now. Ooh, there's a spinning heel kick by Grad right there. Looking very young Conor McGregor-esque like, and it's in the featherweight division where this is taking place right now. So we got 4-14, 4-13 in the second round. There's a low kick right there by Grad. By the way, everybody around the world, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are covering UFC Azerbaijan. Roundtree versus Khalil Roundtree versus Jamal Hill. Let's get it cracking. Okay, little subtle attacks here. Spinning back kick right there, right to the body, misses. Then he goes for a single leg right down the pipe. All right, man. Azerbaijan, all of these guys that are fighting tonight in the main card. That's why you got all these dudes turning up right now. All right, there it is now, shooting in for a single leg. Just clinching up right now. Nice spinning back kick right there by Naimov. All right, man, everybody around the world, don't forget to like and subscribe as I am giving you the play-by-play of what is going on right now in this live stream of UFC Fight Night Hill versus Roundtree. Live stream, UFC Baku, Azerbaijan. Let's go. Yeah, Naimov definitely wants to keep this on the feet. It is, well, so does Grad. I mean, look at his stand-up. Very well. Very well done. Oh, wow. The guy Blaydes is fighting must be good. He is. He is. And I'm excited to see him as well. I'm excited to see that guy fight as well, for sure. All right, here he is shooting in, trying to look for that single leg. Naimov doing a very good job of defending it. He's trying to cut the angle. All right, trying to hammer fist him as he's single. Oh, man. He gave up that single leg takedown all for the hammer fist shots that he was trying to go for. Very interesting to see how a judge will score that one. What do you guys think? First round, Naimov versus Grad. Who do you guys have? I'm going to go with Grad, 10-9. Grad graduated round one, so I give Grad the Grad to Grad. There it is, Omaha, Nebraska, being shouted out right there with the college sports baseball. See, all of this was meant to be. All right, here we go. Round number two, man. Shout out to Daniel Martinez, man. And everybody in Omaha, Nebraska, who's supporting Terrence Crawford in his journey against one of the biggest stars of boxing of all time, and that is Canelo Alvarez, taking on Omaha, Nebraska's own local warrior and worldwide superstar, soon to be legendary boxer in the history of time, Terrence Crawford. I believe in him, man. I believe that he's going to win. And you know what? If you really want to be an objective MMA journalist, you can't have a favorite fighter in MMA. But you know what? I definitely have a favorite fighter in boxing, and that's Terrence Crawford. All right, here's another single leg right here by Grad. Another takedown. Now gets his back right here. Oh, wow. Okay, he spins him around right there. Yeah, so a whole lot of good ground control by Naimov right now. A good way to neutralize the striking prowess of Grad, just keeping him down on the ground right now. All right. So my man says, do you think Grad won round one, even though he got wobbled a bit? Yeah, I definitely think that he did win that one. The reason why I think he won that one, yeah, I think the striking is what probably would have won it. So yeah, I think he won that one, but I think Naimov is winning round two right now. That's what I think. Oh, there's another spinning attack. He loves these spinning attacks right here. All right, so they go the distance. Let's find out who the winner is of this fight. This is going to be a very difficult fight to score, man. All right, so we're about to find out who the winner is of this fight. How about that? Lewis versus Teixeira next week. Oh, no, not next week. Just a week before the 318 card. That's a Louisiana card. Okay, very interesting. All right, so now let's find out who the winner is of this fight. $29, $28. All right, Naimov. Naimov wins this one. Look, I'll tell you what, guys. What wins fights is ground control. That's what wins fights. Okay? That's what wins fights. You know what? In the first round, listen, Grad won the first round. He did wobble him. But in the second round and the third round, it was all Naimov. And by the end of the day, guys, wrestling wins fights. All right, next fight coming up. We got Nazim Sadikov taking on Motta. All right, it's a 155 bout, so all right. Yeah, Daniel Martinez says, I was going to say the way the judges are, they might give it to Naimov. I mean, dude, it is kind of a bit biased, but yeah, you're right. You're right, man. You know, there's that inherent bias because remember the commissions are from there. You know what I mean? Like these are not outsiders that they flew in from, let's say, a mutual place of neutrality. You know, these are locals judging a fight with locals in it. Okay, Motta. Here we go. All right, so Nazim Zadikov taking on Nicholas Motta right now in the 155 division. Okay. The reason why I had to mention that it was the 155 division is because, you know, this is a very stacked division, right? These guys win tonight, man, let me tell you, they put themselves right in the mix of all these different 155ers that are out there. Black Wolf Zatikov. Nicholas Ayer Motta. All right, here we go, man. All right, a little Google commercial they got going on right now. How's everybody around the world, man? Let me know how you guys are feeling out there, man. I tell you what, me and Daniel Martinez right now are sort of in similar time zones, right? So by the time some of these first fights started, it had already been like morning time for a lot of people, which would be, you know, breakfast for a lot of people. So, you know, but here we are in the early afternoon right now, West Coast, and it's probably you know, close to mid-afternoon where Daniel is at. And if you go further, Chicago, that's a different time zone. And then the East Coast altogether is a different time zone. The UK is a completely different time zone. You know, I got a lot of followers in that side of the world, especially with the help of Zain Musa Boxing, doing a lot of, you know, different, you know, streams with me, boxing and MMA. But nonetheless, man, I'm going to show you guys a video of what I got going on. I need you guys to go check this out. John Jones on Tom Aspinall, how the fight doesn't interest me. I'm going to show you right now. News and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El Kir MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all.
Well, from what it seems like, John Jones is not going to fight Tom Aspinall, at least not this year. You see, there's more mind games going on with this, right? He went on to the Nelk Boys podcast, which I'm going to show you the full reaction to this in a minute, and said that Tom is not interesting to me. It's not an interesting fight. This is what he said in exact words. Now, he's been fighting everybody from every generation, but Tom Aspinall believes that he deserves a shot right now. Okay, he's out there training for John Jones, doesn't even know if this is happening, or maybe he does know. Maybe he does know a whole lot more than what we would expect. But on any regard, here's the full podcast along with my reaction to the Nelk Boys interview with John Jones. Waiting that we've done for John Jones and Tom Aspinall. John Jones has come out on the Nelk Boys podcast stating that he does not want to fight Tom Aspinall. We're going to find out why right now. Let's get to the video and let's get to the Nelk boys. Let's skip all of this, all the intro, and just get right into John Jones talking.
Do you love being in Miami?
I absolutely love Miami. Do you love Miami?
I love Miami. I moved here about 1.5 years ago.
And I'll bet John Jones loves other elements of Miami, but that's a conversation for another time.
So
Nice.
but I lived in Cali for like 6 years. And then during COVID, we moved out here.
Oh, Canada.
Oh, Canada. You never fought in Canada, right?
I did.
Where'd you
I
fight
fought
in?
against Alexander Gustafsson.
In what city? Toronto or Montreal?
Oh, man. I think it was Montreal.
Montreal?
Yeah, years ago.
How was it up there? Was it
It's
electric?
awesome, dude. I love the Canadians. You guys are always like, sorry?
Sorry.
Yeah.
We're polite, right?
Yeah, you guys are very polite.
Bro,
That's true. The Canadians are very polite, right? And obviously he's had experience training with Jordan. All right. So before we talk about why Canadians are polite, we're going to get to that video. I'm going to show you all the top videos that I got going on so that, I can promote it out here. Because obviously live stream is one thing, but promoting a video is another, right? People pop in live streams. They see someone is live. They're interested in what's going on. Videos are a little harder to promote. So I'm going to try and promote my videos. So why doesn't Tom fight Gane? Well, I tell you what, if we are all being hoaxed into this whole John Jones situation, perhaps maybe that is the next possible fight to make. All right, so here we go, guys. We are right now into the beginning stages of Nicholas Motta versus Nazim Zadikov. All right, here's Nazim Zadikov getting introduced right now. He looks like a Muslim Ilya Tapora. He has that, like, I'm a marketable soccer player look. All right, so here we go, guys. Round number 1 is about to start between Nazim Zadikov versus Nicholas Motta. Nice low kick by Motta. There's a low kick right there by Zadikov. Okay, there's a high kick right there by Zadikov. That place is packed now. Yeah, it is now, right? The casuals earlier. I mean, events like this, where whenever they start out with a place that is a new UFC city, they usually just attract the casuals, not so much of like the hardcores like us, right? You know what I mean? Like in Sacramento, it's a hardcore MMA fan base. You could probably sell it out. Other cities in America, Philadelphia, New York, places like that, LA, those are, MMA markets in America, Midwest, especially, right? Chicago, that's why it's, hey, you got Kamzat and DDP going there in August. So, all right, so let's check out and see the other fights that are going on around the world. I'm going to see if I can also cover this boxing fight with Galal Yafai. Because I know that fight is going on right now as well. Okay, well, we got that playing in the background as well. Two fights that are going on. So Nazim Z and Motta, the main focus right now. I wish the UFC would come to Omaha more. Yeah, you know what? I don't know why. They would probably sell out as well. You know, I would assume, right? There's a big wrestling base there. Obviously, big boxing as well. But oh wow, there's Motta right now. He's rocking Nazim. No, Nazim, man, you gotta fight through this. Oh wow, he's getting rocked. Oh, the referee is gonna stop this. The referee is about to stop this. He got rocked, and all of a sudden now he's throwing barrages at Zodikov right now. Motta is throwing barrages. What is going on? Oh, wow, the combination. And the referee looks like he wants to step in, but Zodikov is still defending himself. Oh, wow, and he answers back. Can you believe that? Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, he was about to finish him there. Wow, I can't believe this, man. They probably did throw about 100 punches at each other right now. That is an absolute exchange, crazy exchange rate right there that they got going on. Yeah, they're taking huge deep. Oh, wow, wait. Is the referee going to break them up? But they're working. Oh, there's an elbow by Zodikov. These two guys are rocking each other back and forth right now. This is probably going to be fight of the night right now. Oh, and they're going at it right now with some hooks. They're throwing each other with some hooks right now. Some good hooks between them. Wow. 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 Oh, wow, he rocked him right there. I think there is still the undercards going on right now for the Galal Yafai fight. All right, so now maintaining the clinch position right now. Oh, that was a good one. That was a real good one right there. Good shots right there. All right, next round coming up, man. Round number two right now between Zodikov and Moto. All right, let's get it. Oh, there's a nice hook right there by Zodikov.
All right, so we have the co-main event going on in the Galal Yafai fight right now. So a fight that we will definitely be covering as well. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Oh, wow. Man, this is a good back and forth matchup right now between these guys. Oh, wow. There's some good elbow shots right there between them. Daniel Martinez says, I think you're right. This might be fight of the night for sure. Look at this, man. You know, the back and forth that is going on with this right now is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it really comes down to who lands first. All right. Meanwhile, on the Taylor versus Walker co-main event of the Galal Yafai fight, yeah, they got that going on right now. They're exchanging. But man, what a fight, man. It just really came down to who wanted it more. And one of the greatest performances of Nazim. And I think this is going to catapult him right up there. Okay, a little exchanges and some words between people in the chat. Shout out to Zadikoff on that one, man. Here he is. He gets an interview right now. Winner of the fight. Michael Bisping says one of the best fights he's ever commentated. I agree with him, man. Yeah, one of the greatest fights ever. I'm going to say that right now. Yeah, I would be down to call that the greatest fight of all time. Yeah. Michael Bisping is asking him what went through your mind when all of that was going down. He's asking him what was going through his mind while all of that was going down. Yo, that's what I'm saying, man. That was an absolute instant classic. Instant classic indeed. Wow, yeah, that was an instant classic for sure, man. So when we're talking about instant classic fights, we are talking about Nazim Zadikoff right now, literally just going to war, okay? Going to war against Nicholas Motta. They were at a back and forth, and then out of nowhere, bang, gets him. Now we got, how many fights do we have left on the card right now? We got the last 4 fights left, and they are still bangers. All these fights are still bangers. Every single one of them. So there it is, man. Instant classic. Let's take a look at the instant classics that we just witnessed, okay? Look at this. No takedowns in this fight. 1 shot from Nazim, and that was about it. This was a banger the whole entire fight. The whole entire fight. This is all they were doing. Was striking, going back at it with each other. Muay Thai. It was a Muay Thai classic at best. That's what we witnessed out of this fight. So, there was a time where Nazim was getting rocked, and then out of nowhere, there was a time where Nicholas was rocked. And this is the second round KO. I had to edit that for a little bit. All right, so coming up next, Musayev. Musayev versus all right, Musayev, Myktybek fights now. That is the next fight coming up right now. This one. Oh yeah, I absolutely do, Daniel. Now the thing is, do I cover it? If let's say there's a story about it or this and that, yes. Do I watch it on my own as a fan? Yes. Honestly, do I generally follow it as a journalist or somebody that has a channel right now? You know, the answer is no, because you know what? Like, there's so much UFC going on that their attention is a lot more worth it than, you know, let's say, you know, just a regular, you know, PFL or ONE FC card. But there are content creators that I will, you know, subject you to. Let's say, you know, City Project. Man, that guy covers ONE FC. He covers Muay Thai fights in Thailand and all of that. So, you know, but he does get a lot of views on it, and it is popular in that degree. So, but I do follow it as a fan myself, not necessarily as a journalist or a YouTuber. All right, Azerbaijan native Taufik Musayev now walking into the cage. All right, now walking into the prep point. Okay, real motivated right now, about to walk out into the cage. At the same time, we also have the co-main event going on for the coverage of Taylor versus, I don't know, this is a British 147 championship boxing fight while we are also watching the UFC at the same time. So I try and cover it all. All right, we got ourselves a California fighter right here. Here we go. Taufik Musayev, who is fighting out of Baku. All right, here we go. Taufik Musayev. Okay. Round number 1 between them right now. It literally feels like it's only been just like the card opener. You know what I mean? Like, as crazy as that sounds. All right, well, there it is, man. Orabai looking to get the wrestling. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, so now he's got Musayev in half guard position. All right, Myktybek right on top. Orabai right now just continuously right on the full guard position, banging away with some elbows on top. Musayev's doing a very good job of trying to hold guard as much as he can. Oh, and then he takes him down right after that exchange. Wow, man. Yeah, the pace on Orbai is very fast, man. Wrestling is a power tool in MMA. It definitely is, man, and he's showing that right now. All right, so here's a butterfly guard position for Orbai right now. Oh, he's telling him to get his fingers out of the glove. Okay. All right, so there we go. He's like, I'm cool with the break. Oh, okay, breaks away. All right, now throwing some aggressive shots right here by Musayev, and then body kick, which leads him to get taken down as he was throwing the body kick. Once again, very impressive wrestling on the part of Orbai. Oh, wow. He's trying to get a Kimura right here. Oh, wow. He's looking to get a Kimura. He made him tap. I can't believe it. He made him tap. He made him tap to the Kimura. That is crazy. That is crazy. He made him tap to the Kimura, my man. He made him tap to the Kimura. Wow, man. Yeah, absolute animal for sure. Yeah, right into side control, and he gets it right there, man. What did my man here say? Fresh Melon Juice says JD Vance called some a Jose instead of okay, like a baby. All right, settle down, Fresh Melon Juice. You know, getting a little out of hand there, but nonetheless, man, awesome job by Orbai, man. Real awesome job by Orbai. It was in the first round too, man. First round. He says, I see, I'm not easily offended. Wow, man. Yeah, that was a good submission. You know, just total domination on his part. A surprise UFC didn't vacate him yet. Big Ink says, well, Big Ink, the reason why they probably didn't vacate yet is because they probably know something that we don't know, or maybe John's just trolling everybody. Let's find out.
To me, it's just crazy because, like, I've been watching UFC for like a long ass time too, since like the Spike TV days. And like, how have you been in this? Like, how have you been fighting so fucking long? Like, your first fight was 2008.
I think I'm a little bit of a vampire. You know, I'm just always around.
Your second fight was on the same card as.
I like that. He says that I'm a vampire. If you don't know what he means by that, vampires live for a very long time. You ever seen the movie Interview with a Vampire by Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise? It depicts vampires that have lived throughout centuries. And just like John Jones, he went from the Cain Velasquez, George St. Pierre era to the Ben Henderson era to the era of Conor McGregor, and now to the era of Ilya Topuria, Islam Makhachev, Khabib, so on and so forth, and he's still here.
GSP BJ Penn too.
I was going to ask you about that. Are you I would imagine GSP is your number one.
GSP fan, yeah. GSP inspired me, like.
Same.
But like, John, your second fight, like I said, was on the same card as GSP.
Yeah, actually,
BJ Penn too. For UFC, like OG UFC fans, like.
I think my first several fights were GSP cards. Like I was under.
That makes a lot of sense. He was in GSP undercards. Very interesting. Very interesting. And obviously, they're both training partners as well for a very long time. And yeah, they were both from the Greg Jackson's camp. Obviously, GSP has his own camp in Canada, but he does mingle and train down in, down there. So.
The car guy. And just being around him, man, he inspired me so much. I saw his professionalism. I saw the way that he dressed. You know, he was one of the first guys that had suits on. I saw that he had meaningful men around him, not just a big entourage, but like everybody on his squad had a big purpose. And I really wanted to model my career after him. And I think I did, you know, meeting Greg Jackson and Faraz Sahabi. And yeah, George is one of my greatest inspirations.
Yeah. I don't know. To me, it's just so crazy that like you've been through so many.
Big Ink says UFC 94, John Jones versus Bonner on a GSP. Yep. They mentioned that here. Yeah.
Many different like eras. Like you fought Rampage Jackson, you fought Lyoto Machida, you fought Rashad Evans. What do you think was the most dangerous John Bones Jones?
The most dangerous? I mean,
not that you're not dangerous now, obviously. Like
I was gonna say that. I think it's the guy that I am today. You know, I don't have the reason.
Yeah, but you know what? There's one guy that doesn't think you're dangerous. Well, there's two actually, and that's Francis Ngannou and Tom Aspinall.
Sources, I know how to train, I know how to win. I would say it's the guy that I am today. But I don't know, you know, youth is always a great advantage, you know, just feeling just lively and, you know, just it's all been great, man. I undeniably, it's just all been great, every chapter of it.
No one's talking about Rashad Evans or Rampage Jackson like fighting again. So it's like for you to like fight those guys, like I don't know, it's just so crazy. But
I was a lot younger when I came into the sport. You know, I started really young at a super high level.
All right, just wanted to pause that for a second and announce the co-main event winner of the Taylor versus, I believe this is a British title fight in the co-main event. Let me see here. Okay, so there's Taylor versus Wolf. Yeah. Yes, are you a Jones fan? I am, but everybody seems to hate him. Well, you know what? The thing is that the reason why he's hated is because he is dominant. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is the other shenanigans that he got into off the cage. Career without even fighting him. That's very true, because you know what, he made him wait for a very long time, and as a result it took some years away out of his prime wasted, right, just for John Jones. And look, Tom is starching everybody left and right. A guy that's starching everybody like that should be on a fast track to the next fight, and on to the next fight.
And yeah, that's why the guys aren't around anymore.
Do you think anyone will ever break your record as youngest champion?
No.
Still dreaming about.
Yeah, I don't think that a lot of people are going to break that record, only because, you know what, it takes such a long time to develop your MMA skills that being a champion at a very young age is going to be very difficult in MMA. Probably a lot easier in boxing with the likes of Moises Otama and Mike Tyson historically. But doing that in MMA is going to be a lot more difficult, because right now, if you look at most of the champions, most of them are either in their late 20s, nowhere near in their early 20s and whatnot. But yeah, that's the reality. That's the reality of it, right? You just have to develop.
Winning, you know, I break, you know, just like the winning. all the winning, you know, on the highest level is going to be very hard to do, especially as the sport progresses.
And that's exactly what I said, right? As the sport progresses, it's going to be very difficult for people to do that. And John Jones was a very unique time of his career in order to do that. If you remember, the reason why he was able to fight Shogun was because Shogun had to pull out. You remember? He had to pull out of that fight. I'm sorry, not Shogun. Rashad Evans had to pull out of the Shogun fight. So here we are.
Just like anything, you know, things get better with science. You know, the training, the methods get better. I don't think Babe Ruth could compete with the guys today. I think the fighters of the future are going to be very tough. It's going to be very hard to do that.
What drives you like right now is like a person. Like you achieve so much. You're obviously the GOAT. Like I said, you fought on fucking GSP BJ Penn in 2008.
I know, I've been around for a while.
You have kids now. You just had a son.
Yes.
What like really drives you now and motivates you?
Well, you know, obviously family is my reason why, right? And then just knowing that God gave me an opportunity to be just different. You know, I feel like I owe it to the world to give things back. One of the main things I want to give back is just inspiration. Let people know that there's nothing in the world they can't do, whether it's winning a fight or getting over adversity. And so that's my driving force. You know, I coach that used to say to me all the time, John, because you can, do it because you can. And I think men should know that. And women around the world, we can. And that's what drives me, is just being tough, being strong, and just being my small contribution to the world.
I know you guys have heard me talk about the Moon Payout before, and honestly, I'm not going to stop. The Moon Payout on.
All right. Well, we're basically just him talking about his, career trajectory and whatnot. All right, let's get to the juicier parts right now.
I want to talk to UFC with you while you're here. Who you got, I guess it's tonight, like in a few hours. Usman Buckley.
Great beer, huh?
It's great seltzer. You like it?
I do.
It's only like 100 calories, 1 gram of carbs, so. I used to drink Coronas. It was like 13 grams of carbs.
I feel like Snoop Dogg recommended it, and, you know, like, it just, I feel like I shouldn't like this as much as I do, but it's fucking good.
I love it. It's my favorite flavor.
You're going to see me in a few cases. I my friends back in Albuquerque. We're all
Who you got tonight?
Who's fighting tonight? Buckley and
Buckley and Usman.
I have a better relationship with Usman. You know, I always ride with my dogs, you know, so I want to say Usman, and he's a wrestler, and he's old head, so you guys see him give it a good hoorah.
I saw, so Ngannou is cornering him, and he's wearing like UFC shit, like UFC, obviously, like, do you think?
All right, so now he's asking about Francis Ngannou cornering Kamaru Usman, which, is part of this whole entire story. But take a look at the video that I made about Francis Ngannou possibly re-signing to the UFC.
Do you think there's any like negotiations going on there or anything?
I think Dana gets things done, you know, and I think business speaks before emotions. And Francis.
There it is. If Francis is going to sign, it's going to be because business runs over emotions. That's what it is. Francis versus Tom is a fight. That would be crazy. Yeah, that would be, right? But once again, well, take a look at my video that I made about Francis Ngannou re-signing to the UFC, because I do go in there and talk about how there were matches that we wanted to see in boxing, such as Deontay Wilder versus Anthony Joshua, but instead we got Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder, and we saw what happened to that. Could it be a very similar situation with Francis and Tom? Who knows?
Present himself in a humble way, and I think that he could very easily be back in the UFC.
So you think there's a chance that he ever comes back to UFC?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You know, Dana White's he's one of the best sports minds in recent history for a reason. And when he talks, Francis brings eyes, and I'm sure Dana will be interested.
But I feel like also, like, I'm good friends with Dana too. Like, he's done so much for me and like our whole career that I can't even explain. But I also feel like once you piss him off.
Yeah, you're right about that. He's definitely done a lot for your crew, including give you guys money that he should have been given to fighters, which, by the way, is the reason why many people are mad at the Nelk boys for being even part of the whole UFC media team.
You're kind of on that shit list. You're fucked.
I mean, I feel like I'm an example.
Nganou's kind of on that, where it's just like.
I feel like I'm an example of like, you know, people, they grow and mature, and time changes things, time heals all. There were moments in my career where I felt like they absolutely hated me, and I feel like, you know, he's a big advocate for me.
I feel like he also has a soft spot for people too. And like, I feel like you were maybe sometimes on the shit list, but like he has a soft spot for people once he loves them. Like, I feel like he always loved you.
Yeah, Big Ink says exactly. Nina, Nelk boys, all of that, all these media, paid media people of the UFC, basically shills as what many of us in the MMA space like to call them.
Like, you might be on a shit list for a little bit, but also, like, he still loves you and he's always had your back.
It's changed my life, man. Like, the Fertitas, the UFC has absolutely changed my family tree. And I'm sure there's a part of him that feels as if, you know, I'm a personal project for him. You know, he created one of the greatest martial artists of all time. He was a big part of it, giving me the platform to show myself. So I think he respects me, and I'm grateful for it, and I respect him too dearly.
What was, like, one era or one, like, moment where you really pissed Dana off?
Oh, UFC 151. He refused to fight Chael Sonnen. That man.
I remember that. He refused to fight Chael Sonnen because Dan Henderson had to pull out, and as a result, here comes Chael Sonnen, but he didn't want to do it at a short notice.
He just didn't see the logic in it, you know.
And Chael Sonnen was very dangerous back then, if you guys don't remember. Chael Sonnen was a very dangerous opponent for Anderson Silva. He almost beat Anderson Silva. I mean, regardless of the fact that you could say that Anderson Silva had a rib injury, but that's neither here or there.
And they're creating the art. Then it's easy to just say how easy it is, you know, to create the art. But I respect the process, and I have to show respect in the way that I do things. And that is the most.
So the reason why he didn't take the fight with Chael Sonnen is because he wanted to respect the process of a training camp rather than just go in there blindly against a very dangerous opponent.
So what happened? Like you just refused? Maybe it was Dan Anderson. I was supposed to fight, canceled the fight, got injured. So I fight Chael Sonnen instead. Dan Anderson and Chael were really good friends, and I just assumed that they were in cahoots. And I didn't want to put myself in any type of disadvantage. So I taking the fight last minute, despite how above people perceived that I was. I just humility and respecting the process tells you to put in the time, which was great. It was all divine because I ended up getting a coach against Chael Sonnen, the ultimate fighter, and then fighting him, and it was fucking amazing. That's absolutely amazing. I like talking about Chael Winston just because he's such a bitch. All right, guys, I want to give a quick shout out to Shopify. This one's true to my heart because we've been using Shopify.
All right. So, yeah, obviously that was a big conflict at that time, right? A lot of people were mad that John Jones did not want to fight because there were a lot of fighters in the undercard that were looking forward to making that money. And as a result, well, you know, John was not able to hold up his end. And quite honestly, it was his right. Look, I like guys that will take fights on a short notice. Khabib has done that. Many greats have done that. Conor McGregor has done that. It doesn't mean that John Jones had to do it.
In terms of like U.S. best spots to celebrate, like Miami, Vegas.
Well, Vegas, you know, I'm pretty much grew up in Vegas. Achieving big goals, you know, so Vegas is always gonna be very dear to me.
But in terms of like, once you achieve that goal, work's done, you've been training, what's like the top 3 spots in the U.S. to like just fucking let loose?
Miami's Miami, right?
Miami.
And then Las Vegas. I genuinely love living in Albuquerque, Mexico. That's my home. I just love
Albuquerque's not a party spot.
Bro, call me field and you won't be outside for too long. Yeah, I really love that family.
What was your biggest like celebration night after a card?
It's hard to say, man. You know,
like what card after did you just sally hard?
Yeah, Big Ink says short notice fights either go your way or they end up bad, like Volk versus Islam 2, correct. Or the other aspect of that is Michael Bisping versus Luke Rockhold Part 2.
I think my biggest celebration is learning how not to celebrate. You know, just to know that it's not a coincidence. It's a habit. You know, it's just what we do. Our team is used to winning. You know, my coaches are used to looking me in the eye, smile and hug and say we did it again. And the next my coaches go to the hotel room. You know, there's no after parties really. And I think I got to a stage in my life where it wasn't about drinking afterwards or like really even celebrating afterwards. It was just like, you know, just giving back to team.
Look, that's interesting, right? So he asked him, hey, what was your biggest celebration ever? And then John just said, hey, you know what, man? There's a point in my career where we really don't celebrate anymore. We just go back to the hotel, we do our thing, and then that's it. You know, hey, good job. You did a great job. That's it. And very similar to the Dagestanis, right? Look, there are no after parties. There's no drinking. There's none of that. It's just, you know, win, celebrate, go eat some good food, and then watch Netflix, and then train again Monday.
Jones, you know, allowing them to feel me closer. You know, I guess that was a big graduation for me. It was just like,
how did you officially flip that switch over after like so many years?
I feel like when you know what the job requires and you expect the job to be done, like you just get better at it. You know, like for example, pre-fight dinners, slowly stop doing that. You know, just realizing that energy needs to be harnessed. And then even you know the post-fight, you know, parties, just like when you expect to win, you just behave different, I guess.
When you expect to win, but I guess you just get old, right? Like
it's not old. When you look at
no,
when it's not old, no, man, it's something that you should be grateful for always. Yeah. Always, it's a privilege to do what you love and be good at it.
All right, guys, also really quick, fullsend.com, you just restocked it, ton of new ball shit.
Yeah, so that's a very good point by John Jones, right? He says that, you know, you have to be very appreciative of every win, but he gets to the point where now he just feels like, you know, winning is normal. Now, look, this sort of goes into the psychological factor of John Jones, right? How will he deal with a loss, especially when he said that I can't deal with a loss if I had to deal with a loss?
Is John Jones retired? Is he fighting again?
I don't want to say that I'm retired.
All right, Kuniev. All right, here we go. Curtis Blaydes versus Kuniev. Very much a lot of similarities between them, right? What is the similarities between them? Well, it is the wrestling. But look what's happening right now, just within literally the first 30 seconds of the fight. Here's Curtis Blaydes. First 30 seconds of the fight, Curtis Blaydes comes in here, shoots in a double leg takedown, and then there it is. Now he's got a body lock right on Kuniev. Both very similar styles, but it is Curtis Blaydes who is implementing this style to perfection right now. Like he knew what he wanted to do. He shot in. There it is. Oh boy, you're going with him based on the gambling odds, I'm assuming. Okay, I gotcha. All right, so just to let everyone know, we're also covering the Galal Yafai and also the uh, Rodriguez boxing matchup. It is now the main event for that one. They just had, I believe, Taylor versus Walker for the 147 British title, and Walker got the knockout and won the title. Exciting co-main event now in the main event of Galal Yafai versus Rodriguez, while we are also watching Curtis Blaydes and Kuniev all at the same time, because I'm going to cover all the major combat sports that I want to cover. And I'm sure you guys are interested in them as well. So, yeah, let's get it cracking. Okay, there's a nice jab right there by Curtis Blaydes. Now that they broke off away from those clinch and wrestling positions, now we get to find out what Kuniev's striking is at the highest level of MMA right now. To shoot in right there. Now he's learning to stuff the takedowns of Curtis Blaydes. Could this be a game changer now that he's stuffing these takedowns? They are right. Blaydes has more experience with a higher caliber of competition. Yep, that's what it is, man. That's what it is. And think about this. This is literally his UFC debut from a Contender Series fight, if you put that in perspective. All right, so that is the end of the first round. Now going into the second round, as we are witnessing Galal Yafai walking out into the ring right now. So for those of you that are tapped in, I'm also going and covering a boxing fight along with the UFC because why not? Why not? Ride and Easy says it only takes one shot. Blaydes is good, but is known to have a glass chin. Correct. Let's see how this plays out in the second round right now. All right, there's an uppercut right there by Kuniev. Oh, good jabs by Curtis Blaydes right here. Well, when you get hit by Derek, you're probably going to sleep. Yeah, you're right about that. You're absolutely right about that. Yeah, you could absolutely go to sleep with a shot like that. $39 victories, 6 defeats on the part of Rodriguez. A main event for Galal Yafai, probably an easy fight for him. Either way, this is not an easy fight for Curtis Blaydes or Kuniev right now, as we are also concentrating on the boxing side of things. Oh, good one. Glass chin insinuating Mr. Glass racist much? Well, I don't know if that's what he meant. Oh, okay, there he goes, right there. Straight shot right there. All right, so Galal Yafai has now been announced. He said, I know. Oh, he just rocked Blaydes right there with that shot. All right, so here we go. Round one for Galal Yafai versus Rodriguez. All right, there's an entry right there by Curtis Blaydes. All right, so Curtis Blaydes working for his takedowns right here. Okay, a little separation right there. Oh, there's some good shots right there by Kuniev. Oh, wow. Oh, there's another one. No, not a racist MMA fan. Oh, wow. Kuniev is doing some work on Curtis Blaydes right now. All right, third and final round. Meanwhile, yeah, Curtis is getting pieced up now. He definitely is. Meanwhile, in the Galal Yafai fight right now, all right, he's doing pretty well. He's doing pretty all right in the first round right now. Just about 45 seconds left. For those of you that are tapped in, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button, as I'm not only covering the UFC fight right now, but I'm also covering the boxing fight between Galal Yafai and Rodriguez. Let's get it cracking, baby. Okay, so the coach of Curtis Blaydes is saying the double is not there, but the single is there. So he's saying focus on the single leg takedown. And a little better round for Riz, because he's piecing him up right now, in the words of Daniel Martinez. In my words, he's cutting him up in absolute precision. All right, here we go, man. Third and final round between these two. When heavyweights are fat, it makes you wonder if they really did everything they could to win the fight, same as DC. You know what it is, man? It's just genetics, right? Look, what you do in the gym and what forges you into an elite fighter is not going to be the same as making you into an elite model or bodybuilder. It's totally not the same thing. But there is a thing called functional muscle, and there is a thing called variations of people's genetics, depending on their fat versus muscle decomposition, and also how they can be explosive and effective at a weight that they are at, right? Like, look at Fedor. Now he's busting up Curtis Blaydes right now. He's on the verge of finishing Curtis Blaydes. In round one, Yafai sort of got rocked there. Let me know if any of you guys here are also watching the boxing fights. No? Boxing? Anyone? No? Okay. I figured I'd just put it there just for the boxing fans to later on check out on the description timeline below. Right? As my little coverage for that fight if anyone's interested. Either way, what's interesting right now is an interesting heavyweight matchup between Curtis Blaydes and Kuniev. And there's a shot right there by Kuniev right on Curtis Blaydes. Oh, wow. He got rocked right there. Okay, he's trying to go for that double leg. His coach warned him not to do that. Yeah, Blaydes is still trying to get this takedown from the body lock position right now. 218, 217, 216 left in the third round. Yeah, so well said. The Russian lost weight since his last fight. That's what I'm saying, right? So that could be extremely effective for him to be in that particular shape, right? And then, like DC says, right, in MMA, you're better off trying to take single takedowns. Yeah, that's true. The best way to really get a double leg takedown is when you set it up from when you make the miss from, let's say, a kick or maybe even a haymaker punch, right? Where you counter. You duck and counter using a double leg. Yeah, the Russian dude is pretty big, but pretty solid. Yup. And Curtis Blaydes is feeling out the solid of this guy right now, right? You know, just the hard hitting and the grind action that he's putting on him. Meanwhile, Galal Yafai is also in a grind of his own right now. Fresh Melon Juice says, DC was world class, but I know for a fact that he eats garbage food. I think that's what it is, right? I think it's a combination of, yes, they train hard, they train effective, but by the end of the day, I think their garbage food is sort of what, determines how their body looks, I suppose, right? Well, all right, man, the scorecards are about to come up and we're going to find out. If he was following a professional advice, he would be better. Perhaps. But one can say that, you know what, he had an elite career, and you know what, maybe the elite level that he had sort of made him underestimate his food intake. So where does this put Kuniev after this win? I tell you what, man, we got new contenders in the heavyweight division. You know, Tom Aspinall can't complain that he don't got any contenders anymore. Right and Easy says, takedown is not going to help him. I think this is an underdog in the bag. Fresh Melon Juice says maybe depressed eating strict diet. Maybe, yeah, maybe. But there's always that genetic factor that you have to consider, right? You know, some guys just can't get cut. Like even Dan Hardy once complained about, hey, you know what, man? I work hard, I train hard, but I just can't get a 6-pack. Maybe I can get a 4-pack, but that's the most that I can get. That's what he said. All right, so the winner by decision. I can't believe it. Curtis Blaydes wins. Wow. He walks away with that one. That is crazy to me. That's controversial. Yeah, that's very controversial. He was getting pieced up, and all of a sudden he wins. How did he win that fight, man? You know what I mean? Like, Daniel says, reminds me of Big Country. Didn't even look like a fighter. Yeah. And I think he just didn't have a diet of a fighter, but he definitely trained like a fighter. He was a world-class level black belt, and he had dynamite in his hands, and he knocked out Brendan Schaub. Yeah, I even thought the other guy won, too. That's what I'm saying, man. All right, chill with that fresh melon juice. You all right, man? Well, we're on to the main event, the co-main event next, actually. And right now, we got the main event. We got the main event for Galal Yafai versus Rodriguez. Oh, he says he wants Cyril gone. Yeah, I agree with that, Daniel Martinez. I agree. Those judges are whack, bro. You know, he did not deserve that, man. He did not deserve that win, but whatever, man. You know what I mean? Whatever.
The job to be done. I could just get better at it. You know, like for example, pre-fight dinners, slowly stop doing that. You know, just realizing that energy needs to be harnessed. And then even the post-fight, parties just like when you expect to win, you just
Think of like Tom Aspinall and all the things that he's been saying about you.
I think he's awesome, man. I think he's awesome. I think he should go on and have a wonderful career.
Do you think that
he said that he should go on and have a wonderful career? I don't know about that, man. Fresh Melon Juice says, I like cookies that doesn't crumble. All right, that's a good response right there. So he likes Tom Aspinall. He wishes for him to go on with his career. What does he mean by that? Again, more cryptic language.
that he needs you?
No, I think he needs me. I think when you want something bad enough and if you get it, it could be the worst thing that could ever happen to you.
Oof, that was dope. I personally think as a fan,
he said, if you want something so bad, it may be something that could be very bad for you. It reminds me of this quote from the Quran. Know what that is. You guys can look it up, but yeah, it's a quote from the Quran.
Fan, like I respect Tom, like, but I think that he needs that fight. You know what I mean? I don't know what other. I mean, there'd be cool other heavyweight fights, but obviously, like versus you, it would be insane, right? So I know he really wants that fight.
I love being the ultimate troll. I'm in a spot right now where I'm really enjoying the fruits of my labor, all the hard work I put in. He's just not. He's not in a position. He's not in a position to like.
Here we go. John Jones playing the heel role right now, and I'm going to show you his facial expression as he is doing this.
Excite me. It's just the truth. Because if I whoop his ass.
He says it doesn't excite him at all. It doesn't excite him at all. Okay, I wonder why he's saying that, right? But again, he could be playing possum. Okay, we got to find out one way or the other.
It's gonna be this. It's gonna be the next guy. There's gonna be a whole new fan base of somebody who everybody believes in. I've done this my whole adult life. I remember Rampage fans years ago. Rashad fans and Lyoto fans. I literally have replayed this story so many times in my life.
But as a fan, don't you think maybe the fans are just waiting for John Jones to be like a Khabib moment in the ring where it's like, yo, I'm done. Like, don't you think maybe the fans are waiting for John Jones after all these years? After
today is my last fight here in the UFC. So as you put the gloves down, you do so as the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world. You go out the way you wanted to as the undisputed UFC.
John Jones to be like like a Khabib moment in the ring where it's like, yo, I'm done. Like, don't you think maybe the fans are waiting for John Jones after all these years, after all these goated fucking years, to be like, I'm done?
My job with the UFC is to do what's right for the company. I could easily just say, I'm not fighting. My job is to chill. That's what
I know, you're a smart guy. Do you think...
There you have it. That's literally what John Jones is trying to express here, okay? He's trying to be a company man. So for those of you that are saying he's not going to fight, and for those of you that were hoping to watch this live stream or something that's going to turn into a video later, expecting me to say, well, John Jones say he doesn't want to fight. The answer is we don't know. But if you want to see the rest of this, go check out the Nelk Boys interview with John Jones' response to Tom Aspinall speaks on his relationship with Dana White. I'm basically leaving out just the final 2 minutes of that. You guys can check out the rest. I basically covered all of that, but we're gonna finish the the entire video for that in the live stream section. But for those of you that are watching this in the future for the video, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah.
Starting off the list of good. Oh, this actually he's gonna go into neutral too, because this guy's he's wild as shit sometimes. But he's a I'm telling you, Kari Bullock here, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild. But he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good cat. Yeah, I like Kari Bullock.
Yes, the Fiziev fight is definitely on this card. Also, man, the Galal Yafai Rodriguez fight, if you guys are watching that boxing side of things, man, this fight is a bloodbath right here. Rodriguez is getting bloodied up. And I think this fight with Fiziev and Basamondes is not going to be any different. All right. Rafael Fiziev is about to walk into the cage. Daniel asks, has anybody been to International Fight Week? This fight is about to be crazy. Fresh Melon Juice says, the Ignacio guy seems like a crazy dude. I think he'll win. Okay. You're basing your decision here off of how crazy the other guy looks. Okay. Not saying you're wrong. That could be, but Daniel Martinez says, yeah, the only thing is Fiziev is a pretty technical striker. Indeed, he is. Indeed, he really is. Meanwhile, the Galal Yafai Rodriguez fight is a war right now, a war of attrition, as we are witnessing Fiziev walk into the cage right now. All right, here we go. 5'8" versus 6'3", 32 versus 27. Bahamundes, very tall 155er, straight out of Chile. I think Ignacio he does have that kind of vibe about him, right? All right, Bahamundes has now been introduced. Now it is Fiziev. Daniel Martinez says this is not even fair being tall at lightweight. Yeah, for real. But you know what? It doesn't always work. Look, James Vick was a 6'3", 155er at one point as well. Look how that worked out for James Vick. Yeah, Fiziev has some heavy kicks, and we're sure to see that right now, man. Shout out to everybody that's tapped in around the world joining this fight with me. I know I started the stream off with the video with my face on the camera, but, you know, got other things going on as well. So I'm still here covering the fights with you guys and covering another fight on top of it. Riding Easy with Triple J says Fiziev will be shooting for a takedown, ground and pound, and for the win. Yeah, he did, man. Justin did sleep him pretty bad. All right, here we go. Round number one. Bahamundes versus Fiziev. TKO for the win. For sure. They're looking for the finish. That's for sure. Okay, switching stances right here by Bahamundes. Gets kicked by Fiziev. Fiziev got that Uriah Faber, Jorge Masvidal, braids going on. Okay, yeah, ripping through the body right now. Oh, little technical issues going on right now. Hold on. All right, here we go. Back at it. Healthy stream going. While the Galal Yafai fight, Bahamunda switching stances. Ooh. Little pump fake right there by Fiziev. Switching stances by Bahamundez. Oh. There's a high kick right there by Bahamundez. Really using his length very well here in this fight. But he is pressuring him, and he is backing him up. Yeah, ripping that body, though, for sure. Yeah, good stance switching by Fiziev. Something you're really going to see with Terrence Crawford a lot in their fight with Canelo. Yeah, he's going to absolutely implement that. He's going to give Canelo something different to look at. Just like right now, Bahamundez is looking at something completely different. Like he's a little bit confused every time Fiziev is switching stances because now it is making him hesitant to attack. Right? Okay, well, if I switch stances this way, I gotta think about these new consequences that are in front of me, as opposed to orthodox versus non-orthodox positions. There's a spinning heel kick right there. Ooh, there's a spinning back kick. Went to the body on that one. That might have connected. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Fiziev, what he's really good at. Muay Thai background of Fiziev. All right, round 2 coming up, guys. They got themselves a little bit of a super fight right here. Daniel Martinez says, I think that's why striking is so good. Those guys usually have tons of fights. Muay Thai guys, I mean, yeah, they definitely have a lot of fights, right? Izzy has like 75 some odd fights. Badr Hari had like 200 some odd fights. I mean, yeah, man, you know, you stay active in kickboxing. It's you know what I mean? It's kind of like the nature of the sport, especially those Thai guys where they fight like every weekend or every other day during the week, rather. All right, so now we got the same old from Fiziev, just switching stances constantly here. And again, you know what? Switching stances is also very uncommon in traditional Muay Thai, and very innovative on the part of Fiziev as a Muay Thai fighter to do so. All right, meanwhile, here's Bahamondes with some clinches. Ooh, okay, now he's hammering on him. Now they're broken up right back into square one. Speaking of Muay Thai, one thing to watch out for when it comes to Fiziev is not only just the elbows, but also the close range shots, the Muay Thai clinches and whatnot that he could implement on him. Yeah, really good counter combination right there with 2:40 left into the second round. All right, some real good combinations right here. Here he goes. He shoots in for a single leg and gets it right on the half guard position, Fiziev. I think Fiziev is winning this fight. What do you guys think? Who's winning this fight right now? Oh, wow. There's a nice double leg takedown right there by Fiziev. Okay, there's some low kicks right there by Fiziev. Oh, wow. He caught him right at the end of the second round. Literally right at the end of the second round. That was such a perfect timing. Right, here we go. Here come the takedowns, he says. Now, Daniel says, I think Fiziev should be up 2 rounds after this. I agree. Here come the takedowns. Riding with JJ says, here's a low kick right here by Bahamondes. That was close right there. That head kick right there. Oh, okay. So now Bahamondes is switching stances himself. Okay, Fiziev continuously switching stances. Wow, there's another spinning attack right there by Bahamondes, but misses. All right, here's some clinch exchanges right here by Fiziev and Bahamondes. All right, just about under a minute left. 50 seconds. Here comes the takedowns. Just like what Riding Easy with JJ says, here comes the takedowns. And that's exactly what he did. Man, great way to score at the end of the round. All right, man. Yeah, he's still looking to finish the fight. Even though he won this fight, he's still looking to finish the fight, man. Fiziev won this fight hands down. There it is. He tried to attempt a spinning heel kick at the end of the fight, but misses and then takes him down, but then mounts him at the end of the 3rd round, gets his back, And that was all she wrote right there. At the rest of that fight, Wahab did a very good job. I mean, he was trying to emulate Fiziev as well with the stance switching. I mean, Fiziev was able to walk him down even with all that height advantage. And as a result, well, that's what you got, man. I think Fiziev won this one by unanimous decision, so here we go. You don't think he won? Tell me why, my man. If you don't think Francis Ngannou is going to come back to the UFC, I need you to watch this right now.
Bro, I'm a fan of the sport. That's all. Like I'm a fan of Tom. I want to see Tom get his shot. He's earned it. He's deserved it. But I think the heavyweight division's in a tough place right now. It really is. And that's just me and Dan Tom talking about.
Imagine that. He says that the heavyweight division is in a tough place right now. Let's keep going.
About what can revitalize this division that needs some help. And there's some options out there. I don't know Francis's contract deal with the PFL. I don't know.
That's not a bad option. But all right, let's keep going. You're going to see what I'm talking about here and more content to come.
See that stuff. That's just me and you just chopping it up, bro. And I'm telling you how I, perceive it and how I see it. And if that option is always available, Francis is a businessman. That's all I know.
Realistically, I'm going to tell you the truth. I think it should be Francis and John Jones right now because Francis is the linear UFC heavyweight champion, and Jon Jones obviously came to reclaim that. Tom is only the interim, so really it should be eliminator between Jon and Francis for the undisputed title, and then you can go on and fight Tom right afterwards, right? Because he is deserving of that. But if you guys remember, that was the fight to make, but Francis was not able to fulfill that due to the fact that he went on with the PFL and then had some boxing matches that unarguably, I would say, probably ruined his legacy. But that's another story for another video, another live stream, and another content. For now, take a look at this interaction between Jon Jones and Francis Ngannou back then to sort of understand in context where we are at today.
We'll see. We could have started, but you know.
Well, all right. If you didn't hear the rest of that particular exchange, obviously there was more to it. Jon proclaimed, you know what? I need to gain a little bit of weight so that I can kick your butt. Okay, in other words, he wanted to really put on some power, which he did, which you saw in the Cyril Gane fight. He was able to take him down at will, submit him with ease. And then on top of that, Tom Aspinall, obviously, like I said, he is the guy that was just a replacement, if you really think about it. There was a point in time where we wanted Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder. What happened? Well, there was a time in the boxing's heavyweight scene where there were certain matches we wanted to see. For example, obviously, AJ versus... All right, real quick, I wanted to interrupt this broadcast right now to give you guys breaking news that Galal Yafai has lost to Rodriguez in a very close unanimous decision fight. I mean, split decision. It was a very close fight. But yeah, man, I'll be right back for the main event of the evening, and then I'm going to get right to your comments. Keep them coming. Still want to see that even with after the losses that they had, but out of nowhere, guess who stepped up? It was Deontay Wilder. And then all of a sudden Deontay Wilder fights Anthony Joshua because Anthony Joshua, for whatever reason, could not fight Deontay Wilder. And then there was the possibility once again of Deontay Wilder versus Anthony Joshua, which was great at the time because they were both undefeated. Then another undefeated guy stepped in, which was Tyson Fury. What did we get out of that? A 3-fight series between them, obviously with Tyson Fury getting the better of those exchanges, only leading him to go and fight Alexander Usyk, who is now the undisputed champion of the world. So that is what you call a healthy heavyweight division in the boxing scene, and something that we totally need in the MMA. Now, I think it's safe to say that ever since Francis Ngannou left the heavyweight division, it really made the heavyweight division look weak. I'm going to be honest with you, because obviously Jon Jones stepped in there. What did he do? He beat Cyril Gane with ease. What did Tom Aspinall do? He's out here beating everybody with ease. Okay. And then on top of that, it was Sergey Pavlovich that he starched in the first round. On top of that, he starched Curtis Blaydes which also kind of starched him, but that's neither here or there. Obviously, a freak accident in the view of many people, including himself, but that's neither here or there. Still, right now, you got Tom Aspinall as the two dominant forces of the heavyweight division, at least even with John's one fight against a legend, along with his light heavyweight resume. But nonetheless, it is a heavyweight division right now that is weak, just based on the fact that, well, you know what? The top two guys are beating everybody. And then the one guy who is the linear champion, he is literally in another organization right now. Or is he? But that is what we are trying to figure out here, is whether Francis Ngannou is going to come back into the UFC, sign, and if he does, who does he fight, and how does it really match up with John or Tom Aspinall? Who is going to get the first dibs, or are they going to have John versus Tom Aspinall first? Now, look, as I further get into the video section, or the, video section of this content that we're doing right now, I'm going to elaborate on what it is that John and Tom Aspinall are planning with the UFC, because that's also important to understand. So now I told you about the state of the heavyweight division, also the heavyweight division of boxing. On top of that, what's going on, or what's possibly going on with Francis Ngannou. But now let's talk about what it is that they're going to plan with John Jones and Tom Aspinall and the president of the UFC, Dana White. Also his friendship with the real president, well, the president of the United States, where Dana is the president of the UFC. We're going to get to that literally right now. Go. Let's get right to it. Now, the biggest question in the heavyweight division is actually not Francis Ngannou versus Tom Aspinall or Francis Ngannou versus John Jones. The big question right now is Tom Aspinall versus John Jones, and when. Now, I have a theory on this particular matter at hand, and it goes something like this. They're trying to get their Netflix deal somewhere in 2026, and there's a good possibility that they could do it either at UFC 224 or maybe even UFC 222, which is going to be in November. UFC 224 is obviously going to be a January card. So there is plausible reason to believe that that is what they are gunning for, because let's face it, if you want to go in there with your first TV deal after your ESPN deal, you want to go in there with a bang. And what is it that you can potentially offer Netflix? That is John Jones and Tom Aspinall. The other particular subject matter at hand of this video sort of talks about Dana White, because obviously he is the focal point of this whole entire story. He is the one making the match. He is the one that's, sort of dodging the questions with the media and the public, right? They want to know, when is this fight going on? And then he gives different answers that the media is giving him. On top of that, maybe he's playing possum because he doesn't want you guys to know what he has going on or what he has planned for the next coming months. So therefore, he's going to be very cryptic about the language and the way that he expresses his answers to the questions. So he has to be secretive about this particular matter at hand. But I tell you what, it doesn't hurt the fact that Dana White, while going into professional boxing, now as a promoter and now head of the TKO company in the boxing portion of TKO, UFC, WWE, and all of that, he's going to have a friend in the White House. And I'm going to tell you why this is very helpful. You know about the Ali Act, right? obviously it helps protect boxers. So now that Dana White is going into boxing and he has the ear of the president, don't you think that he's going to try and maneuver his way into situations that would be favorable for him, the UFC, TKO, Saudi boxing, and everything else that is involved with that conglomerate? Of course he will. He will use that to his advantage. Think about how powerful Dana White is right now. He has the two most powerful entities in the world helping him. He has the Saudis with Turkey al-Sheikh, which is also attached to Mohammed bin Salman, his family, who is the head royal family of the kingdom. And then you got Donald Trump, who, if he needs any specific detailed matters to the business that he has in combat sports, whether that would be, the Ali Act, protecting fighters or this and that, he can create and maneuver, once again, his way into these situations that is favorable to TKO, WWE, UFC, and everybody that is involved. So that's what he has going on. And then on top of that, take into account Dana White right now has the ear of the president while the president is worrying about other matters at hand right now, like, maybe the conflict with Iran and Israel. And by the way, if you made it this far into this video, I'm going to talk to you about that briefly, because obviously it's not a specific title that I want to put out as a singular video, but rather something that I add into a video as a little bit of a bonus for people that have made it this far to listen to this particular content. Where here it goes, okay? The Israeli conflict, I think, is highly underestimated by a lot of right-wing Zionists out there, right? Especially Americans that are for this war and that are for American troops being on the ground with the assistance to Israel and going against Iran, right? People don't understand the nuclear power that Iran has. On top of that, the military power that they have in comparison to Israel. Look, what a lot of people don't understand, and I just want to be very brief on this, okay? And then move on to another topic. What people don't know about the Israelis is that what makes them strong is their intelligence service. In other words, they had to have a strong intelligence service in order to mitigate any danger of, let's say, other Arab forces that are around the surrounding countries, maybe terrorist cells, different types of groups out there, Hamas, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, everybody that's in that region that is basically surrounding Israel, right? They need a good intelligence service force in order to mitigate a lot of danger that comes their way, and they're very good at it. But make no mistake, they don't have a strong Navy. They don't have a strong All right, so we're on to the main event of the evening right now, guys. We're on to the main event of the evening. So, let's read some of the comments before we head right into the main event. So, who you guys got on this one? Fresh Melon Juice got Roundtree. Riding Easy got Hill. I got Hill. Daniel leading towards Roundtree. Hill is flat-footed. I think Roundtree's going to stomp his knee into another universe. Wow, okay. This is a toss-up for me. I think Khalil had the advantage on the feet, Hill more on the ground. Riding Easy says, I agree with Martinez. I took Hill for the underdog factor. Got that money. Okay, all right. So, yeah, if you guys want to see the rest of that video that I was just showing earlier, please check out John Jones, the new John Jones video that I have. Go check that out, guys. But we are live right now for the main event. Let's get this cracking. All right, guys, here we go. Round number 1. Set to commence right now. Wow, look at Khalil, man, just really easy. He's like, yeah, I think that's what it is. It is a bit of some gamesmanship. Somebody is about to have sweet dreams, man. I hope so, man. You know, I hope so. Think about it. On June 19th, they got 2 African Americans main eventing in Azerbaijan. Now, how crazy is that? All right, so very slow on the process right now. Okay, there's a low kick by Jamal Hill. Ooh, what is that? A little bit of a downward hammer fist. Very interesting, style of, striking by Roundtree. Okay, there's a nice leg kick right there. Oh, there's a nice leg kick right there by Khalil Roundtree. All right, there's some nice leg kicks by Roundtree right here. Very relaxed is Roundtree, right? Kind of makes you think, what is making him feeling so relaxed out of this, right? What does he know about Hill that gives him this, high sense of confidence? Oh, there's a nice uppercut by Khalil Roundtree. Ooh, hammering leg kick by Khalil Roundtree. Oh, wow, man, getting a little aggressive now on the part of Roundtree. That is a fact. Jamal Hill is definitely trying to ease his way into this fight. All right, yeah, very slow, methodical step between these two, right? Not a lot of, frantic movement between them. I would almost kind of compare it to Francis Ngannou and Derek Lewis, except this had a little bit more action due to the leg strikes. There's that stomp Mellon was talking about. All right, now that's the end of the first round. Yeah, hard round to score. Hard round to score. You know what? Controversially, I'm going to give that to Khalil Roundtree. What do you guys think? Let me know what you think on the comment section below. Who you think got that round? I'm giving it to Khalil Roundtree. All right, so round 2 coming up. Riding Easy says, Hill, you better take him down. He will strike you for sure, man. You know, Khalil Roundtree is an underrated striker. Daniel Martinez says, yes, Roundtree. I think he landed the harder shots for sure. I give that to Roundtree for that one, man. So here we go. All right, so there it is, man. Switching stances on the part of Jamal Hill as well, trying to implement a different strategy here. And then there's those leg kicks, those tree trunk shots of Khalil Roundtree. There's the body kick right there, looking like a real Muay Thai fighter right now, right? Just remembering all those training that he's done in Thailand. Look at his stomach. It's bright red. Are you talking about Hill? Is bright red? Man, you know, that's the kind of power that Khalil Roundtree got going on, right? Like it's an insane level of power. Oh, wow. He just hurt him with that one right now. It is swollen and damaged. There's a body shot right there. Hill is trying to act really defiant in trying to say, yeah, you ain't hurting me, but, you know, you are. You're getting hurt. You know, those shots hurt. And Khalil Roundtree, man, he is like a consummate Muay Thai fighter. There it is. There's another chipping leg shot right there. The leg might be done. Man, that's what I'm saying, man. Ooh, there's another. Ooh, 240, 239, 238, 237. There's another one, man. Now he's limping. He's limping hard right now. 211, 210, 209, 208. Second round. Okay, made him hesitate right there. Wow, like really made him flinch on that one, but obviously good reaction on the part of Jamal Hill. All right, there's a nice leg kick right there by Jamal Hill. Okay, there's some good leg kicks right there by Jamal Hill. Another good leg kick by Khalil Roundtree. Oh, there's another one. There's another one, man. That's going to have to force Hill to really go for some hard shots here. What is this? What is he signaling? He's saying he's all right. Oh, he rocks him right there. Oh, now he's got Khalil Roundtree down. There's his chance right there. Oh, there's a good leg kick right there. Okay, there's about 10 seconds left. Wow. Interesting choice of Khalil Roundtree to just circle around him after hurting him like this. Wow, man. Very interesting maneuvering of Khalil Roundtree. Like, he is very devastating in certain instances, and then he's very relaxed in certain instances. It's like, wow, like very monk-like, if you think about it. Very stoic performance. All right, so we got round number 3 right here. We got round number 3. Let's go. Let's see where this goes right here. Roundtree now a little bit bouncy on his step. Oh, wow. There's Khalil Roundtree with that overhand right there. Yeah, now a very bouncy approach on the part of Khalil Roundtree. Very interesting how he switched it up right here in the 3rd round. Now look at this. Really frantic in his explosion and his sense of urgency. It is him who has a sense of urgency, whereas it should be Jamal Hill. But he's doing none of the above. All right, so now the action slowed down a little bit now. A real good counter right there by Khalil Roundtree. Really throwing these home run shots, including that leg kick right there of its own home run shot. Oh my goodness! He just rocked. He rocked Hill on that one. He sat him down, and then he hit him with another leg kick. Yeah, he's definitely not forcing these shots at all. Not whatsoever. Oh, wow. There's another hard exchange right there. Ooh. I don't know why Hill is choosing to stand, because I think his arrogance is kind of playing in his mind right now, saying, "Oh, you know what? I got a chance against this dude. You know, this dude ain't about to outstrike me." But I also think the legs may have been affected to where it's making him second guess shooting in or doing anything like that. Oh, wow. He just rocked Jamal with that one. Oh, and there's another one. We got about 10 seconds, and then we're going to head into the championship rounds on this one. What is this? So every 10 seconds, he's disengaging with him. After the last 10 seconds, I notice a pattern here. You guys notice that? Like every time. I don't know if he's showing mercy or he's trying to conserve energy. Yeah, that right hook right there. Caught him with that one. All right, here we go, man. 10 minutes left into the regulation of this fight. Like a total of 11 minutes left, including the 1 minute in between the rounds of 4 and 5. Okay, there's a little hesitant leg kick by Jamal Hill right there. Made him really think about it right there. Right and Easy says, I think Hill is over the hill. His comeback has not been good. He definitely was he was definitely no match to Alex. Time to hang it up. He needs a miracle. for real, right? Like a miracle, like a Leon Edwards style miracle, right? I think that's the only thing that's left for Jamal Hill at this point of the fight right now, if even at his whole entire career. Look, because after this goes back to like 3 or 4 losses now in a row. He had a great run. He was a former champion, and there it is. He's getting rocked right there. There's another knockdown, right? Look at Khalil Roundtree. Like, it's as if that he can, throw these hard shots anytime that he wants. Oh, there's a nice body kick right there by Roundtree. Oh, wow. Right there. And as soon as that shot came, that went into like my 40,000th view in the whole entire live stream right now. So we're up to like 4K views right now for this fight, and it's pretty good, man. I didn't expect to do that good for a fight night, but nonetheless, here we are. Yeah, we're really just less than under 90 seconds left into the 4th round, and he's not doing much. Oh, wow, it's past 2 o'clock in the morning where they're at. Oh, there's a good shot right there. All right, so we're on to the 5th and final round now. All right, 5th and final round right here. He needs a miracle for sure, man. All right, so 20 minutes down, 5 minutes left. Yeah, hey, no doubt, riding easy. I'm always here for the service of the MMA world. You know how that goes, man. You know the vibes. Meanwhile, here we are, fifth round. Khalil Roundtree in the background right now of well, he's. I was gonna say he got this in the back pocket right now. Sorry, it's in my background that I'm watching him where I'm watching the fight. Sorry. Appreciate you, man. Everyone have a great day. You as well, man. I'm assuming Riding Easy is checked out from this fight because he's like, you know what? We already know who's going to win. And you know what? Here's a pattern that I'm noticing with Khalil Roundtree, right? He goes hard and then he gives him mercy. He goes hard and then he gives him mercy. And Daniel says to Riding Easy, you two, man, stay safe out there. Yeah, man. Shout out to Riding Easy with JJ. This dude, we know the same people in the MMA circles of Sacramento. Okay, there's a leg kick right there by Hill. I mean, Hill was battered from post to post in this fight. Oh, there's an overhand right there by Khalil Roundtree. Yep, I agree with Michael Bisping on that one, right? He's right. Jamal Hill is looking better now than he was, but it's one of those things where, you know what, it's a little too late. That's really the true language you should be saying. Ooh, nice front kick right there by Roundtree. You think it's close? Hill's corner said, man, not even close, man. Yeah, not even close at all. Yeah, he's not even close whatsoever. Daniel Martinez asked, was wondering why they would say it. Probably to motivate him, or I don't know. But if it was to motivate him, I think something is working there. But at the same time, it's a little too late. Like, yeah, Jamal Hill is too late now. Like, it's like a Johnny come lately type of situation. Oh, man, good body shots right there. All right, man. Well, that is the end of the fight right there. And I believe that Khalil Roundtree has won this fight by a 5-round Unanimous decision. Yeah, he absolutely outclassed Jamal Hill on that one. They're facing each other right now. What are they saying? No glove touching in the beginning of the round, but yeah. He says, you're not easy to read, and I got to protect myself. Yeah, so he's wondering why they didn't enter the fire more often. That's why he says, you're a dangerous man. I did what I had to do. And words of exchange going on right there. All right, man. There it is. You know what? Let's see what MMA Guru is saying here in terms of let's hear what MMA Guru's reaction is. Let's hear what he has to say. Great card. Take it easy, everyone. You too, Daniel. You too, man. Shout out to you, my man. Everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe. We're going to chill for a little bit and let it run. And hold on a second here. I'm going to come back later to do a reaction, a live reaction stream to this, by the way. So I know he's got something to say because I know Hill is his boy.
Get KO'd. All right. Damn, Hill's not having a good year. Typical Jamal telling him why run, man. Oh, okay, there you go. Is that what he's saying? Thank you for the 25 months of membership, Dasa TTK. Thank you for the $2. How bad's Johnny Walker? Pretty bad. Crowd was right to leave. Fight put me to sleep. Roundtree gets a title contention shot. He'll get sent back in the middle of it. He doesn't. Roundtree,
which is crazy.
I don't mind Roundtree Blachowicz. I think that'd be a good style.
You know what I mean? Like the crowd left in the middle of it.
Blachowicz could just out Muay Thai him as well. I don't mind that. Blachowicz versus Roundtree, and then Reyes versus Rakic, and then Allberg versus Praska.
All right. Wanted to see what he had to say about that. He says, hey, I don't have to just go. I can do what I got to do. And if I'm securing the round, that's, that's basically how champions fight, he says. He's saying a composed, critical striking on that one. Win former world champion. He could probably get a fight with Ankalaev next, And Khalil Roundtree is a big fight for anybody. See, there you go. He calls him out right there. He says, if I had to call Ankalaev next, that's what I'll do. All right. He says, congratulations. All right. Well, everyone, listen, it's been a great live stream. It's been very long. Obviously, I started early just so, just so we can get as much out of it as we can. I'd love to stay much longer, but I don't really have much for that. I'm going to let this one simmer, but I will come back and do a reaction to the full card right after this, okay? So, yeah, we're going to go react to the full card later on tonight. I'm going to do another live stream. I will be there, do another live stream, and we'll kick it off once again. Everybody around the world, I want to thank you for pulling up. I'd like to give a special thanks to Daniel Martinez, Riding Easy with JJ. Also, let's Fresh Melon Juice, always welcome here. Who else was here? Let's see here. Fresh Melon Juice. Let's see who else was here. That Muhammed, shout out to you. Fresh Melon Juice. And who else was yes, dear Sadiq. Obviously, a whole bunch of Russian dudes that wanted to come here. Badr, Marty Miller, of course, as always, and everybody around the world. Thank you for tapping in. That's all that we really have for this one right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah. And by the way, come back later. We will do a recap for the whole entire show, inshallah.
MMA needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie Abu Al-Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all